Senate will come to order. Pastor Black, Chaplain of the United States Senate, will open the Senate in prayer.
Let us pray. O God, who knows every one of our deepest desires, even our hurts are not hidden from you. We rejoice that we are your children. Thank you for saving us from unseen traps and dangers. Help us to live so that we will inspire generations yet to come. As senators do the work of freedom today, may they work with a sense of history. Give them the courage to make decisions that will strengthen our nation for the storms ahead. Lord, keep them from the pitfalls that nurture divisions and unite them in their efforts to find common ground. And Lord, comfort all who mourn throughout our world. We pray in your merciful name. Amen.
Will you please join me in the pledge? I pledge
allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Under the previous order, the leadership time is reserved. Morning business is closed. Under the previous order, the Senate will resume to executive session and resume consideration of the following nomination, which the clerk will report.
Nomination, the judiciary, Anna St. John of Louisiana, to be United States District Judge for the Eastern District of Louisiana.
Mr. President,
I recognize the senator from Iowa.
I have come to the floor before to speak about the value of the U.S.-Mexico-Canadian agreement and the value to all three countries, but most importantly, the United States. I'm here again in honor of National Agriculture Week. I would like to continue my review of the U.S.-Mexico-Canadian agreement, USMCA for short, and I do it today by thanking President Trump for what he called, quote, the largest, fairest, most balanced, and modern trade agreement ever achieved, end of quote. I hope that President Trump remembers those words, and they were very appropriate words, as he leads the reconsideration of USMCA today. One little provision, but important provision in the USMCA in 2020, when the agreement was signed, it may have been difficult to see just how big an impact the first ever biotechnology provision in a trade agreement would make and how important the dispute settlement piece would be for that agreement, and in this particular case, helping American farmers. It happens that in 2022, Mexico tried to ban genetically modified corn. In Iowa language, we say GMO product. This could have led to more bans and shutting off billions of dollars in market for U.S. ag products. After a significant push by this senator and the junior senator from Iowa, the U.S. Trade Representative filed a successful dispute settlement in the process that was laid out in the USMCA, and that dispute settlement resulted in Mexico reversing its ban on GMO corn. It was a win for U.S. farmers, processors, and the very large, fair, balanced, and modern U.S.-Mexican-Canadian agreement. Now, that's a very small part of this agreement, because overall, the big picture is that USMCA has been a success throughout and for all of our economy, but especially for agriculture. Now, this agreement, and it's under the agreement, is going through a review process that was called for in that agreement. And the big question is, will the United States lead Mexico and Canada to continue this agreement to the year 2036? I'm urging this administration that the first few years of the USMCA has been so beneficial to all three countries that it's a no-brainer to continue the USMCA through 2036. Along this line, I'll be meeting with Canadian senators to talk about how they feel this agreement's going and how successful they think it might be getting it continued. I hope that'll be continued, and that's what I'm urging the Trump administration to see through, because, like I say, it is a no-brainer. It should be continued.
The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Elsa Brooks.
Mr. President.
I recognize the Majority Leader.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent the quorum call be suspended.
Without objection.
Mr. President, today is day 32 of Democrat shutdown of the Department of Homeland Security. On Thursday, Democrats once again blocked the Senate from proceeding to a DHS funding bill, a bill, I should note, that already includes a number of reforms to immigration enforcement, more money for body cameras, de-escalation training, and additional oversight of immigration enforcement activities. And getting on this bill would not have precluded additional reforms from being added. But for the fourth time now, Democrats stopped the Senate from proceeding to consideration of this legislation. Mr. President, for weeks, Democrats have spoken about the urgent need for reforms to immigration enforcement. But it's been Democrats who have been the biggest obstacle to getting those reforms enacted. The Trump administration took a number of steps on its own, I might add, to reform immigration enforcement. And on top of that, the White House made two substantial and serious offers to Democrats to legislate reforms, the most recent of which was sent more than 2 weeks ago. The Democrats couldn't even be bothered to respond to the White House's latest offer until late last night. 18 days, Mr. President. 18 days for Democrats to even bother replying. And that offer, Democrats' third, was basically the same as their first two offers. No compromise, and still filled with a number of non-starters that would make it more dangerous for law enforcement officers to do their jobs. Meanwhile, on the Senate floor, the best Democrats have been able to offer is funding some DHS agencies and leaving others unfunded. It's really pretty remarkable, Mr. President. Last summer, Democrats threw a fit over Republicans' rescissions package that cut just $9 billion in federal spending. A fraction of a fraction of a percent of the entire federal budget. Now to hear Democrats talk, they seem to think that entire agencies, especially the agencies that secure our border and enforce immigration laws, are dispensable. The Democrat leader had the audacity to call this a moderate plan last week. Mr. President, when did defunding law enforcement become a mainstream position in this country? Now, this might be considered moderate for Democrats, but I think the average American would view it as extreme. Mr. President, we are now a month into Democrats' second shutdown since October. And like their record-long shutdown in the fall, the victims of this shutdown are beginning to pile up. TSA agents are working without pay. A significant number of agents are calling out sick, leading to long wait times and lines stretching into airport parking garages. CBS reports that 300 TSA agents have quit since this shutdown began. And that's on top of the 1,100 agents who quit after Democrats shut down in the fall. And it's pretty darn understandable, if you think about it. What do you do when, for 2 out of the last 6 months, you have to work without pay? Well, that's what Democrats have put these people through. So it's more than understandable that they might be thinking that there's got to be an easier way to earn a living. I heard from one TSA agent in South Dakota who was at the end of her rope. She writes, and I quote, "It is very hard to live without getting paid. I do not know how long I can keep doing this," end quote. Well, that's what happens, Mr. President, in a shutdown. Real people get hurt. But if you ask the senior senator from Democrat, a member of the Democrat leadership, he says, and I quote, "We are very serene with what is going on," end quote. Very serene, Mr. President. I suppose that's not a surprising statement considering the Democrat leader characterized Democrats' last shutdown in the fall by saying, and I quote, "Every day gets better for us," end quote. Very serene. Every day gets better for us. For Democrats, a government shutdown is just fine as long as it seems to be working for them politically, no matter whether it's hurting hardworking Americans, no matter if it's jeopardizing public safety and national security. And Mr. President, make no mistake, Democrats' shutdown is harming hardworking Americans and putting national security in jeopardy. Our country is facing a heightened threat environment right now. Here are a few examples of that. Stryker, a medical tech company, was the victim of an Iran-linked cyber attack last week. ISIS-inspired individuals attempted to detonate bombs targeting protesters outside the home of the mayor of New York City last weekend. And on Thursday, we saw 2 tragic attacks take place. One of those in Virginia was perpetrated by an individual who was arrested in 2016 for attempting to provide material support to ISIS. The other, an attack on a Detroit area synagogue, was perpetrated by an individual who was reported to have had connections to known or suspected Hezbollah terrorists. Mr. President, this is no time for Democrats' political games. Republicans are at the table and ready to work whenever Democrats are done playing. Mr. President, today we are kicking off an extended debate on the Save America Act, a package of common sense measures united around 2 themes: protecting our elections and protecting our youth. You're going to hear me use the adjective common sense a lot in this debate, Mr. President, because if there's any word that is suitable to describe the measures we're considering, it's that. Mr. President, if there's anything essential to the integrity of elections, it's ensuring that those who are registered to vote are eligible to vote, and that those who show up to vote at polling places are those who they say they are. And how do you do that? Well, by requiring that Americans show proof of citizenship when they register to vote, and that they show photo ID at polling places. That's what the Save America Act would do. It's just common sense. And polls show that the American people overwhelmingly agree. But to hear Democrats talk, you'd think that demonstrating citizenship or showing a photo ID is an intolerable burden. And yet, Mr. President, I haven't heard Democrats complaining about the 1,000 other circumstances in which we require photo ID in this country. Democrats are aware that Americans have to show photo ID to get on a plane, right? And to start a new job. And when they head to the doctor's office. And to rent a car. And to stay in a hotel. Heck, if you want to get a library card, you have to show a photo ID. The Democrats remember their 2024 convention when attendees had to show a photo ID to get in. The senior Democrat senator from Georgia required photo ID to get into his recent rally. Mr. President, did Democrats hear themselves? Are they going to start boycotting libraries and airplanes and hotels for requiring a photo ID? Are they going to explain why they're perfectly justified in requiring photo ID for their political rallies, why it's somehow an intolerable burden to ask people to show their photo ID when they go to vote? I expect they won't. They'll simply continue with their mindless, partisan opposition to common sense ID requirements for federal elections. But let's hit pause on that topic for a minute and go to another issue where common sense and the Democrat Party have parted ways. And that's on the subject of transgender ideology. In their haste to embrace medical transgender ideology, Democrats have put themselves in the absurd position of supporting the hijacking of women and girls' sports by biological males. Yep, that's right. The party that would portray itself as a defender of women has put itself on the record as willing to sacrifice women's athletic opportunities for the sake of biological males. Now, Mr. President, no one should need an explanation of what the presence of biological males in women's sports costs women. At the most basic level, women are losing out on a slot on the team. Every roster place that goes to a male is a roster place that doesn't go to a female. And for women who are on the roster, well, the presence of a biological male can, and frequently does, rob them of opportunities to excel. Biologically, men possess physical advantages when it comes to sports, things like greater muscle mass and greater aerobic power, which means that by and large, men are likely to dominate in women's sports, taking wins and medal opportunities away from women. In an August 2024 United Nations report on violence against women and girls, they had this to say about the results of men participating in women's sports, and I quote, "According to information received by March 30th, 2024, over 600 female athletes in more than 400 competitions had lost more than 890 medals in 29 different sports," end quote. Over 600 female athletes in more than 400 competitions have lost more than 800 medals in 29 different sports. The Save America Act would ensure that men are not allowed to hijack women's sporting opportunities. And yet, once again, we expect my Democrat colleagues to oppose keeping women's sports for women. Mr. President, the idea that a female high school athlete might lose out on a college scholarship because her achievements were overshadowed by those of a biological male on her team is bad enough. But an even more dangerous consequence of the embrace of transgender ideology is that children who have become victims of irreversible gender transition procedures, and when I say children, I mean children, Mr. President, young men and women who are not old enough to vote, who are years away from being able to legally drink, who still need parental permission to take medicine at school. The New York Times reports, and I quote, "A review of hospital data from 2016 through 2020 identified about 3,600 patients aged 12 to 18 who had received gender-related surgery," end quote. Age 12 to 18. Can you imagine that, Mr. President? Can you imagine allowing a child not yet out of middle school to receive a medical procedure that will result in permanent mutilation of part of her body? This madness has to end. Multiple European countries have acted to rein in gender transition procedures for minors, and so have a number of U.S. states. The Save America Act would extend protection from these procedures to all children, whatever state they live in. Common sense measures, Mr. President, require proof of citizenship to register to vote, require a photo ID at the polls, protect women's sports from being hijacked by biological males, and protect teenagers from life-altering, irreversible gender transition procedures. Measures, I might add again, Mr. President, supported by a majority of Americans. And measures we expect my Democrat colleagues to oppose. It's unfortunate that common sense is not very common anymore in the Democrat Party. Mr. President, I yield the floor, and I suggest the absence of a quorum.
The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsell-Brooks.
Mr. President,
I recognize the Majority Whip.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the quorum call be vitiated.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I come to the floor today to talk about the Save America Act. I support the Save America Act. I believe that anybody that votes in an American election needs to be an American citizen. And I believe that anyone that shows up to vote needs to present a photo ID to prove they are who they say they are. Free and fair elections are the foundation of our nation. It's the 250th anniversary this year of our founding. Voting here is about American citizens voting. And without strong protections, this foundation of 250 years will crumble. The American people are clear. They believe American elections should be decided by American citizens, not by illegal immigrants. Listen to the Democrats talk. They think it's fine. Let any illegal immigrant vote. So we hear from the minority leader yesterday in terms of what we want to do to protect the rights of American citizens, to make sure the elections are free and fair. When illegal immigrants vote, the voice of American citizens is undermined. The fact is, Joe Biden's open border policies undermine elections in this country. Under Joe Biden and the Democrats, over 10 million illegal immigrants flooded into our country. Communities all across the state. And now Democrats want to make it possible for illegal immigrants to decide the outcome of elections in this nation. Democrats are once again prioritizing illegal immigrants and illegal immigrant criminals over American citizens. And that's what they've been doing. That's why we're in the situation we are, with a shutdown of the Department of Homeland Security, and why specifically today we're on the floor to talk about the Save America Act. Many far-left sanctuary cities already make it easier for illegal immigrants to vote. They've set it up that way because in 19 states and the District of Columbia, illegal immigrants can get a driver's license with no proof of citizenship whatsoever. I'm against it. I've opposed it from the beginning when the first state proposed it, and now 19 states in the district do it. In California and Maryland, Vermont, and Washington, D.C., non-citizens are allowed to vote in local elections. I think that's wrong. It is a felony for illegal immigrants to vote in federal elections, yet we know it's happening. Last week, the Department of Homeland Security arrested a criminal illegal immigrant from Africa. He entered the nation illegally over 20 years ago. He was ordered to be deported in 2002. He first registered to vote in 2005, and he has been voting in federal elections since 2008. Most recently, this illegal immigrant voted in the 2024 election. He voted in the state of Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania is a swing state. It was won by tight margins in both the presidential and the Senate races. He should have never been allowed to vote in the United States, and this should never be allowed to happen. Now, the Save America Act protects the vote of every single American citizen. What it says is simple. If you want to vote in the United States of America, you need to be a citizen of the United States of America. And you need to show a photo ID at the poll in order to vote. It's common sense. Americans show ID every single day. You want to buy a beer? You need to show an ID. You want to get on a plane? You need to show a photo ID. I have people here in the gallery from Wyoming, students from Burlington and their teachers, optometrists from around the state of Wyoming. They're all flying back to Wyoming. Every one of them is going to have to show a photo ID to get on the plane. If you want to cash a check, you need to show a photo ID. Voting should be equally important to show a photo ID. It should be no different than all of these other things. Photo IDs protect against voter fraud, and they prevent illegal immigrants from voting. Most importantly, it tells each American citizen that their vote counts and their vote matters, and it's not going to be watered down by people who aren't citizens of the United States. American voters in 36 states, including Wyoming, already show an ID in order to vote in elections. We do have voter ID laws in Wyoming. And getting the voter ID is actually free. There's no cost involved. So the Save America Act that we're going to be discussing and voting on today builds on current common sense laws that work in so many states. It makes it easy to vote, and it makes it hard to cheat in every state across the country. Every Democrat ought to be supporting this, but none of them do. Why do Democrats in this chamber oppose showing an ID to vote? Well, I think the minority leader is opposed because, in his words, he says it allows ICE to kick tens of millions of people off the voter rolls. That's who the Democrats are fighting for. Illegal immigrant voting. Not for American citizens, not for the rights of the American people to govern our own nation. No, he's talking about tens of millions of people off the voter rolls. How'd they get in the voter rolls in the first place if they're not citizens? Well, it's automatic voter drives when people sign up for a motor vehicle license, a driver's license. A number of states have automatic voter registration connected to it. So you get a license, even if you're illegal, you can be signed up to vote. And certain states are in the process of having to try to figure out how they went wrong and what they need to do to correct it for federal offices. Oregon State's in the middle of it right now. But if it's true that that there are tens of millions of people on the voter rolls that Chuck Schumer talked about that ICE would remove because they're not citizens on the voter rolls, how bad does it have to get? If that's the case, this situation is much worse than most Americans fear. What we hear from the minority leader saying that this is Jim Crow 2.0, that's fear-mongering, and he knows it. One of our Democrat colleagues will be on this floor later today from the state of Georgia. He requires anybody that wants to show up at one of his campaign rallies to show a photo ID to get in. Apparently you need to show a photo ID to get into a Georgia campaign rally for a Democrat, and he doesn't want you to have to show one to vote. I guess he doesn't want illegal immigrants at his rallies, but it's okay if they vote for him. It's astonishing. Why do Democrats support showing a photo ID to attend a political rally and oppose it to vote in an election? Look, what's clear to all of us is that Democrats oppose elections that limit participations to just American citizens. They don't like that idea. And they're likely to line up one after another today to vote to say, nope, don't check the ID of a photo with a photo on it in order to vote, because we want to cram as many people as we can with their ballots into the ballot box to be counted, no matter where they're from. Democrats said the same thing after the state of Georgia enacted voter ID laws in 2021. What were the results? Well, more people actually voted, not fewer. Turnout hit record lows. The lines moved faster than ever before. The Democrats say it was an impediment. Voter ID is important. Democrats' voter suppression lies have been thoroughly debunked time and time again, yet they continue to repeat them. Voter ID and citizenship proof are safeguards for our elections. They are not restrictions. The Save America Act is how we make elections safe, secure, and a true reflection of the American people. Every American should desire that American elections be decided by American citizens. Who wouldn't? Well, somebody that wants to load up the ballots with people who may vote for them, whether they're citizens or not. Every member of the Senate should support the Save America Act. By opposing this bill, Mr. President, Democrats are once again putting illegal immigrants ahead of American voters, and Republicans are going to make sure that every voter in America and every citizen voter in America knows which side of that issue people stand on, photo ID and citizenship or not. The Republicans are here to say it's important that only citizens vote and people prove who they are by showing a photo ID when they go to the ballot box. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor. Suggest the absence of a quorum.
The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alston-Brooks.
President Pro Tem.
I ask that the quorum call be suspended.
Without objection.
Soon, the Senate will debate a bill. The bill is called the Save America Act. The policies in this bill have the support of more than 80% of Americans. Some of my colleagues say that the Save America Act isn't necessary. They are wrong. There are two fundamental common sense reasons why 80% of the Americans support the policies of this legislation. Number one, only U.S. citizens are eligible to vote in our elections. So this bill simply requires Americans to show proof of citizenship when they register to vote. Number two, it requires a photo ID when voting. This helps ensure the person who is registered to vote in that election is the person who is actually casting that ballot. The Save America Act would give voters peace of mind that federal elections are conducted fair and square. It would give voters peace of mind that their vote isn't diluted by people not eligible to vote. I'm co-sponsor of SAVE Act and the Save America Act. I support free, transparent, and accurate elections. Every American deserves absolute confidence. There's no funny business distorting election outcomes. Let me tell you about the track record in my home state of Iowa. Voter ID laws in my state have been successful and well received since passage in 2017. Iowa voters turnout increased in the 2018 midterm elections, and turnout has continued to remain very strong. So, the proof is in the pudding. Iowa's track record demonstrates voter ID improves integrity and security of our elections, also enhancing voter turnout and also boosting public confidence in the outcome of elections. Nearly a century ago, a Supreme Court justice said that states are the laboratories of democracy. Guess what? Iowa has shown voter ID laws work. They don't impede voter turnout, as Iowa has shown. Voter ID boosts public trust. In fact, according to the National Conference of State Legislatures, 36 states have voter ID. Their laws on the books require voter ID. This bill would apply a minimum federal standard, much like other federal voting laws. Partisan critics of this common sense bill are misleading the public with bad information. This bill would not make it harder to vote. Americans ought to be insulted by arguments being made on the other side of the aisle. I'm confident Americans are capable of bringing a photo ID with them to vote. That happens to be no different than when they drive, when they open a bank account, when they board an airplane, when they buy cold medicine or sign up for government benefits. These are all examples of people showing ID. Another argument claims it's unfair to require people to provide proof of citizenship to register to vote. That's even more revealing, coming from the other side, because it makes the Biden administration's open border policy even more alarming. After President Biden allowed more than 12 million people to illegally enter our country, protecting the right to vote for American citizens is top of mind to the millions of law-abiding citizens throughout America. Because of the influx in illegal immigrants streaming into our country during Biden's border crisis, it's not surprising Americans want to prevent voter fraud and ensure every ballot is legitimate. The bill gives voters 5 different ways to show proof of citizenship and to give citizens and states the flexibility to create other pathways to show proof of citizenship. For example, for those whose current name doesn't match their birth certificate, they can provide a marriage certificate or other name change verifications. I've been honored to serve in my elective office for many decades. I've worked hard to earn every vote at the ballot box. Public trust in elective office holders requires public trust in our elections. Voting rights have a long history in America's march to a more perfect union. They're enhanced by the 15th Amendment to the Federal Constitution, by the 19th Amendment to the Federal Constitution. My mother was one of the very first women to cast a ballot after ratification of the 19th Amendment, and I've shown proof of that with placards here on the floor of the United States Senate in a speech that shows her picture in the Des Moines Register newspaper and the Waterloo Courier newspapers. The Save American Act doesn't infringe on these hard-fought voting rights. It would preserve the integrity of every vote cast in a federal election. Election integrity is sacred to our system of self-government. Losing public trust in the outcome of elections would be a death knell for our fragile American experiment, even though it's 250 years long. For our nation's 250th birthday, the Save American Act is a gift to current and future generations to strengthen our system of self-government. This brings me to more common sense policies included in the bill, as well as the voting issues. Like many Americans, I'm alarmed by the prevalence of gender mutilation surgeries being performed on minors. Protecting children makes our society stronger. Irreversible damage from gender reassignment surgery should not be conducted on kids. This bill would put an end to this reckless practice on American children. The Save American Act would make this policy the law of the land. This very week, on another issue in the bill, America is in the thick of March Madness, filling out brackets, watching buzzer beaters, and cheering on Cinderella contenders is a rite of passage during the month of March. I'm thrilled to cheer on our Iowa teams in the NCAA tournament, including 2 women's teams, the Iowa Hawkeyes and the Iowa State Cyclones, as well as 3 teams, the Hawkeyes, the Cyclones, and my alma mater, the University of Northern Iowa. Earlier this month, the Iowa High School basketball tournament brought the best of 32 girls teams and 32 boys teams from across the state to compete in 4 divisions. These young athletes deserve to compete on a level playing field, girls against girls, boys against boys. This is a matter of fairness. Our bill would guarantee a level playing field for young athletes. Title IX was enacted a few years before I became a member of Congress. It's been a game changer for women's sports. Just think of Iowa University's Caitlin Clark. She's blazed a trail for women's sports for generations to come. The Save America Act delivers common sense government to the American people. As a student of history, I would prophesize that Americans looking back at this debate 250 years from now will scratch their heads, because protecting election integrity and protection women's sports are an American as motherhood and apple pie. In fact, 80% of Americans are able to see eye to eye on these issues. When it comes to elections, 80% of the American people support voter ID. I've even seen polls that say that 71% of the Democrats support voter ID. I encourage my colleagues across the aisle to join us and pass the Save American Act without delay. I yield the floor. Suggest the absence of a quorum.
Clerk, call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks. Ms. Baldwin.
Mr. President,
Minority Leader.
ask unanimous consent the quorum be dispensed with.
Without objection.
Well, this afternoon, Republicans will move to bring a pernicious, radical bill before the Senate, the so-called Save America Act. At a moment when war is consuming the Middle East, when costs are rising, when ICE agents are terrorizing our communities, and when job growth in America is weakening, MAGA Republicans have chosen to focus on voter suppression. We all know why Donald Trump wants this bill. He is afraid Republicans will lose in November. Trump says, pass the SAVE Act and it will, quote, guarantee the midterms. Imagine manipulating the electoral process to try and make himself the winner when he thinks he's going to lose. Not surprising, I suppose, from Donald Trump. The senior senator from Utah says Republicans will lose power, likely for a long time, if we don't get Save America passed. It's funny. I don't remember MAGA Republicans screaming about stolen elections and voter fraud after the 2024 election that they won. Well, the same rules that govern the 2024 election are going to be the ones that govern the 2026 election. The only difference is that this time, MAGA Republicans know they're in trouble politically. So now they're suddenly saying the system's compromised and broken and it needs to be changed. It's all lies, all lies. And they want to drag down the entire Senate for who knows how long in a vain attempt to pass this bill. Let's be clear. Senate Democrats will never allow the SAVE Act to pass this chamber. They should, if a small band of MAGA senators wants to drag this out on the Senate floor, keep us here through the night, through days or longer while stalling all other important business, they can try. It will not work. MAGA Republicans, Senate Democrats will hold the line as long as necessary because with this bill, democracy is at stake. And I want to be very clear. The SAVE Act is not about voter identification. It's about voter suppression. Under the SAVE Act, every single state would be required to share its voter rolls with the Department of Homeland Security, something even many Republican states do not want to do. Those rolls would be reviewed by a system designed by none other than Elon Musk and his Doge, using an algorithm that has already been shown to be deeply flawed. Millions will be kicked off the rolls for no reason. This means American citizens, many millions, would be booted off the rolls wrongly. And if you're kicked off the rolls, you may never be told. There's no requirement to let you know. Then when you show up on Election Day ready to vote and a poll worker tells you, sorry, you're not registered, you're not in the system, what do? You can't re-register that day, especially with the onerous requirements for registration in the SAVE Act. And it's not just, as I said, it's not just as simple as re-registering. Under the bill, Americans would have to run through an obstacle course of red tape unlike anything we have ever seen in voter registration. A driver's license would no longer be enough. A military ID would no longer be enough. You would need something like a passport, which most Americans do not have, or a birth certificate, which many Americans cannot easily find. And if you cannot produce these documents, you could be out of luck, even if you're an American citizen with every right to vote. That is almost certainly the majority, the vast majority of who would be thrown off the rolls. Meanwhile, say goodbye to some of the safest, most convenient, and most effective ways to register to vote. No more registering online, no more registering at churches, no more registering at college campuses, no more registering at the DMV, no more registering by mail, no more vote by mail. Many red states love votes by mail, and yet MAGA radicals want to eliminate it almost entirely. I ask my Republican colleagues, how does it protect our elections to stop people from registering at a church or at the DMV? How does it make our democracy safer to tell seniors, people with disabilities, or working Americans they cannot register online and must find their way to an election office, something only a fraction of Americans do today, 5.9% to be more precise? How does getting rid of vote by mail, something red states do, something blue states do, strengthen democracy? The answer is it does not. The SAVE Act is not about election integrity. It is about voter suppression, plain and simple. MAGA Republicans would rather take democracy down than back away from their own right-wing extreme policies that have killed jobs, started wars, exploited working people to benefit the ultra-rich. Senate Democrats will not let them succeed. I tell my Republican colleagues, hear me, We will hold the line for as long as it takes. Iran. Each day brings more evidence that Donald Trump has no idea what he's doing in Iran. Yesterday, the president effectively admitted his administration badly miscalculated Iran's responses to his attacks. As he put it, they hit Saudi Arabia, Qatar, the UAE, and Kuwait. Nobody expected it. We were shocked. They fought back. Comments like that show that Donald Trump is in over his head. The old saying goes, if you break it, you buy it. Well, Donald Trump, you broke it badly, and now you're trying to get out of paying the price. The Strait of Hormuz is effectively shut down. Oil prices continue to rise. Yesterday, we learned that about 200 American troops have now been injured in this conflict. 13 service members have made the ultimate sacrifice. We pray for them, their families, and for everyone in harm's way. But again, I repeat to Donald Trump, if you break it, you buy it. Donald Trump broke it badly, and now he is trying to get out of paying a price. Donald Trump promised this would be over in a matter of days or weeks. Well, we're now in week 3. There is still no sign this war is close to ending. In fact, despite severe blows, most reporting suggests Iran's regime remains intact and has hardened rather than collapsed. This war needs to come to an end. In the meantime, I repeat what I said last week. Donald Trump's cabinet must come before the Senate. We need public hearings. We need to hear Secretary Rubio, Secretary Hegseth, and others under oath and answer tough questions. They need to answer some very basic questions. Why are we at war? What is the objective? Will there be American boots on the ground? How exactly do they plan to reopen the Strait of Hormuz, and what is the exit strategy? Right now, we do not have answers to the questions that should be easy for any competent administration to answer, and that should alarm every one of us. And finally, on energy costs. Later today, Senator Heinrich, White House, and I will release the most comprehensive Senate report to date on Donald Trump's broken promise to lower energy costs. This is the third major pillar in Democrats' year-long effort to present a lower-grade agenda to the American people. Lower costs and lowering costs will remain our North Star all year long. Donald Trump might think affordability is a hoax. He might be fixated on foreign wars. But Democrats understand the cost of living is the #1 issue on people's minds. When it comes to energy prices, the story is very simple. Donald Trump promised he would cut the price of energy in half in his first year. Well, 14 months have passed, and not only are energy prices up, they're rising roughly 3 times the rate of inflation. That is not sustainable. Our report explains in detail why this is happening. Donald Trump chose to help his friends in the big oil lobby instead of helping American families lower their energy bills. He has waged war on clean energy, the cheapest and fastest source to build and get electrons on the grid. And now Americans are paying the price that he cut clean energy, all because contributors, many contributors, Harold Hamm, hate clean energy because they know it's the future, not oil and gas that they claim should be the only route to go. When he was running for office, Donald Trump promised oil executives at Mar-a-Lago, Harold Hamm among them, that if they gave him $1 billion for his election, he'd give them a great deal in return. Now he's making good on that bargain. His so-called big, beautiful bill has destroyed clean energy jobs across the country and raised taxes on clean energy. He has weaponized the federal government to undermine 35 clean energy projects that could have powered 14 million homes, supported 170,000 jobs. And at the same time, Trump's war with Iran has pushed up the cost of gasoline and diesel. His tariffs have raised the cost of material needed to produce energy here at home. So, after more than a year, the pattern's very clear. Donald Trump has systematically destroyed investments in energy production, favored big oil over working families, and raised costs on households by killing the cheapest and fastest sources of new energy: solar, wind, battery storage. The American people are paying the price for Trump's broken promises. I thank Senators Heinrich and Whitehouse for their tremendous work on this report. We'll have more to say later today and in the weeks ahead. I yield the floor.
Mr. President,
Senator Braska.
I ask unanimous consent to speak to up to 5 minutes prior to the scheduled roll call vote.
Without objection.
I also ask unanimous consent to waive the mandatory quorum call with respect to the St. John nomination.
Without objection.
Mr. President, my home state of Nebraska is currently experiencing a natural disaster of unprecedented proportion for our state. We are experiencing the largest wildfires since Nebraska became a state. It started last week. We have a number of fires burning across the state that have burned up to 750,000 acres of Nebraska. That's over 1%, approaching 2% of the total land area of my state. We have had one fatality. Rosemary White, a grandmother of 12, died at a ranch near Arthur, Nebraska. We've also had hundreds, if not thousands, of people impacted by these fires. I ask all Nebraskans and all Americans to pray for the victims of this terrible fire. I had the opportunity with Governor Pillen and Congressman Smith to tour the areas that were burning on Saturday. Thank you to all of the firefighters, our volunteer firefighters who were our first responders on the scene, who worked tirelessly to be able to control this fire. By the time we arrived on Saturday, they'd had little sleep over the past several days and were exhausted. At 6 o'clock that night, a federal firefighter team came in to provide relief. And I thank those firefighters as well. Thank you to our Nebraska National Guardsmen. We have 2 Black Hawk helicopters with Bambi baskets that are on site helping to control the fire by dumping water on it from an aerial perspective. I thank Iowa as well, because they have also loaned us 2 helicopters to be able to help out with this. The governor was calling the fire departments of Omaha, Lincoln, and Columbus, seeking to get additional firefighter help to be able to relieve the volunteers that were working so hard around the clock. Nebraska is a great place. We have great community spirit. And we saw it on full display as people pitched in to be able to help combat these fires. But we have a lot of work to be able to do. The Morrill fire has burned over 572,000 acres and is only 18% contained. The Cottonwood fire has burned over 131,000 acres, and it is only 40% contained. The Road 203 fire has burned 35,000 acres, and it is 36% contained. And the Anderson Bridge fire has burned 17,000 acres and is only 60% contained. I know that Nebraskans will continue to work hard to preserve life and property and take care of their neighbors during this time. We're no stranger to disasters, and Nebraskans always pitch in to be able to help. I do want to say to my fellow Nebraskans that if you get the evacuation order, be prepared, because this fire has moved fast. We got some relief from the winds on Sunday, but they kicked up again on Monday. Those winds can drive that fire very, very fast, so be prepared to evacuate. Please don't stay. If you stay too long, you're putting yourself and the firefighters at risk who are trying to put out this fire and protect you. And when it is safe, please make sure you are documenting the damage that you've incurred. The USDA Farm Service Agency has a disaster assistance program. After you're safe and you've had a chance to document your damage, you can go to them to see what sorts of programs are out there. The Nebraska Cattlemen, nebraskacattlemen.org, has an ability for people to donate, to be able to help out those impacted by this fire. So does the Red Cross and Salvation Army. In talking with our Ag Director, Sherry Vinton, over 30,000 cattle may be displaced because of this fire, and certainly there will be cattle losses because of it. We just don't know the magnitude yet. It's been very dry this winter in Nebraska, and this fire has burned out of control. But we have many brave Nebraskans, volunteers, firefighters, National Guard, who are working to be able to get this fire under control. As a federal delegation, we will continue to support the local efforts and the state's efforts to control this fire and to help those impacted recover. And again, I ask for the prayers of Nebraskans and all Americans to be able to help us out in this terrible tragedy. And that with that, Mr. President, I yield back.
Starting. The clerk will report the motion to invoke cloture.
Cloture motion. We, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a close debate on the nomination of Anna St. John of Louisiana to be United States District Judge for the Eastern District of Louisiana, signed by 17 senators.
By unanimous consent, the mandatory quorum call under Rule 22 has been waived. The question is it the sense of the Senate that debate on the nomination of Anna St. John of Louisiana to be United States District Judge for the Eastern District of Louisiana shall be brought to a close. The yeas and nays are mandatory under the rule. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Blunt-Rochester, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mrs. Britt, Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan. Mr. Hawley. Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Hustad, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Moreno, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Capito, Kramer, Ernst, Hoeven, Hyde-Smith, McConnell, Moreno, Ricketts, Rounds, Sheehy, Sullivan, Tuberville, Wicker, Young. Senators voting in the negative: Baldwin, Cantwell, Hassan, Hickenlooper, Kelly, Peters, Reed, Schumer, Warren, Welch. Mr. Crapo. Mr. Crapo, aye. Mr. Scott of Florida, aye. Mr. Heinrich, no. Mr. Daines, aye. Mrs. Moody, aye. Mr. Markey, no. Ms. Hirono, no. Mrs. Blackburn, aye. Mr. Barrasso, aye. Mr. Husted, aye. Mr. Grassley, aye. Mr. Sanders, no. Mr. Warnock, no. Mr. Cornyn, aye. Mr. Ossoff. Mr. Ossoff, no. Ms. Blunt Rochester. Ms. Blunt Rochester, no. Mr. Whitehouse. Mr. Whitehouse, no. Mr. Wyden. Mr. Wyden, no. Mr. Fetterman. Mr. Fetterman, no. Mr. Kim. Mr. Kim, no. Mr. Mullen. Mr. Mullen, aye. Ms. Collins. Ms. Collins, aye. Mr. Coons. Mr. Coons, no. Mr. Kennedy. Mr. Kennedy, aye. Mr. Schatz, no. Mr. Lujan, no. Mr. McCormick, aye. Mr. Bozeman, aye. Mrs. Fisher, aye. Mr. Curtis, aye. Mrs. Shaheen, no. Mr. Cassidy, aye. Mr. Marshall, aye. Mr. Haggerty, aye. Mr. Johnson, aye. Mr. Gallego, no. Mr. Risch, aye. Mr. Ms. Rosen, no. Mr. Lee, aye. Mr. Budd, aye.
You've got me, John. Yes, sir.
Ms. Klobuchar, no. Mrs. Britt, aye. Mr. Paul, aye. Ms. Cortez Masto. Ms. Cortez Masto,
Not this year.
no.
Yeah, I don't know.
Mr. Schiff, no. Ms. Duckworth. Ms. Duckworth, no. Ms. Murkowski. Ms. Murkowski, aye. Mr. Merkley. Mr. Merkley, no. Mr. Bennett. Mr. Bennett, no. Mr. Banks. Mr. Banks, aye. Mr. Schmidt. Mr. Schmidt, aye. Mr. Padilla. Mr. Padilla, no. Mr. Hawley. Mr. Hawley, aye. Mrs. Gillibrand. Mrs. Gillibrand, no. Mr. Thune. Mr. Thune, aye. Mr. Cruz. Mr. Cruz, aye. Ms. Also Brooks. Ms. Also Brooks, no. Mr. Kane. Mr. Kane, no. Ms. Lummis. Ms. Lummis, aye. Mr. Booker. Mr. Booker, no. Mr. Durbin. Mr. Durbin, no. Mr. Blumenthal. Mr. Blumenthal, no. Mr. Van Hollen. Mr. Van Hollen, no. Ms. Slotkin. Ms. Slotkin, no. Mr. Warner. Mr. Warner, no. Mrs. Murray. Mrs. Murray, no. Mr. Murphy. Mr. Murphy, no. Mr. Justice, aye. Mr. Moran? Mr. Moran? Aye.
On this vote, the yeas are 48, the nays are 45, and the motion is agreed to. The senator from Indiana.
I ask unanimous consent to speak for up to 5 minutes prior to the scheduled recess.
Without objection.
Mr. President, there are some things in the world that are so obvious that there's really no use in debating them. There are things in this world that are really, quote, go without saying. And voter ID laws are one of those things. Voter ID laws are so obvious, they're so common sense, that it's shocking that we're even having a debate on the floor of the United States Senate this week about it. It's hard to see that there are even two sides to this issue, unless, of course, you believe that it really is okay for illegal immigrants to vote in our elections. But how is that even a debate? The Constitution is very clear that only citizens of the United States of America are eligible to vote in our elections. So that debate is already settled. Indiana already has voter ID laws. Hoosiers have to show an ID when they show up to vote on Election Day, and they have to prove that they are who they say they are when they register to vote in the first place. But it's not fair to Hoosiers when other states don't require voter ID. It's not fair to law-abiding Americans throughout the country because when we allow non-citizens to vote in our federal elections, we dilute the power of the American voter. And that should never be allowed to happen in the United States of America. American elections are for Americans, period. Even with voter ID laws, there are still illegals who show up and try to vote. In fact, our Secretary of State in Indiana, Diego Morales, just audited our voter rolls in our state to find every non-citizen that voted in our elections to clean up the process. And he actually found some, and the Secretary of State and our Attorney General, Todd Rokita, are prosecuting those voters who voted illegally. So it's obvious that even in a state of Indiana where we take election integrity very seriously, that we need to do more to protect our elections. And the Save America Act, Mr. President, goes a long way to doing that. It's also obvious that we need to pass the Save America Act for very practical reasons, to have voter ID nationwide in federal elections. Under Joe Biden, illegal immigrants invaded and flooded into our country, tens of millions of them. Joe Biden and the Democrats allowed this invasion to happen. Democrats defended the flood of illegal immigrants into this country on this floor. And that's why they are so bothered today by the Save America Act, a simple bill that's common sense to protect the integrity of our elections. Voter ID laws are the only way that we can prevent tens of millions of illegals from voting in our elections. Mr. President, America is about to turn 250 years old. There is so much that we have to celebrate in this great country, the greatest country in the history of the world. But it's crazy to think that we're gearing up for this epic birthday by debating voter ID laws. The Save America Act is common sense. Voter ID is common sense. We have an opportunity this week to pass maybe the most common sense bill ever passed by the United States Senate to protect our elections. Mr. President, I hope we do that. I hope we pass the Save America Act now, It's fundamental. I beg my colleagues to join me in supporting it this week. With that, Mr. President, I have two requests for committees to meet during today's session of the Senate. They have the approval of the majority and minority leaders.
Duly noted.
With that, I yield back.
Under the previous order, the Senate stands in recess until 2:15 p.m.
Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Moreno, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Blackburn, Britt, Budd, Collins, Curtis, Ernst, Hoven, Hyde-Smith, Marshall, McCormick, Moody, Moreno, Murkowski, Risch, Scott of Florida, Tuberville. Mr. McConnell, aye. Senators voting in the negative: Bennett, Cortez Masto, Duckworth, Durbin, Hassan, Hickenlooper, Kim, Lujan, Murray, Rosen, Schatz, Schiff, Slotkin, Van Hollen, Whitehouse, and Wyden. Mr. Kelly, no. Ms. Also Brooks, Ms. Also Brooks, no. Mr. Grassley, aye. Mr. Kane, no. Mr. Peters, no. Ms. Blunt Rochester, no. Mr. Sullivan, aye. Ms. Cantwell, no. Mr. Heinrich, no. Ms. Baldwin, no. Ms. Hirono, no. Mr. Husted, aye. Mr. Merkley, no. Mr. Daines, aye. Mr. Cruz, aye. Mr. Blumenthal, no. Mr. Coons, no. Mr. King, no. Mr. Kramer, aye. Mr. Gallego, no. Mr. Warnock, no. Ms. Warren, no. Mr. Ricketts, aye. Mrs. Fisher. Mrs. Fisher, aye. Mr. Booker. Mr. Booker, no. Mr. Murphy. Mr. Murphy, no. Mr. Wicker. Mr. Wicker, aye. Mr. Kennedy. Mr. Kennedy, aye. Mr. Welch. Mr. Welch, no. Mr. Rounds. Mr. Rounds, aye. Mr. Haggerty. Mr. Haggerty, aye. Mr. Sheehy. Mr. Sheehy, aye. Mr. Warner. Mr. Warner, no. Mr. Lee. Mr. Lee, aye. Miss Lummis. Miss Lummis, aye. Mr. Cornyn. Mr. Cornyn, aye. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Johnson, aye. Mr. Fetterman. Mr. Fetterman, no. Mr. Ossoff. Mr. Ossoff, no. Mr. Reed. Mr. Reed, no. Mr. Cassidy. Mr. Cassidy, aye. Mr. Padilla. Mr. Padilla, no. Mr. Mullen. Mr. Mullen, aye. Mrs. Shaheen. Mrs. Shaheen. No. Mr. Banks. Mr. Banks. Aye. Ms. Klobuchar. Ms. Klobuchar. No. Mr. Moran. Mr. Moran. Aye. Mr. Schumer. Mr. Schumer. No. Mr. Bozeman. Mr. Bozeman. Aye. Mr. Sanders. Mr. Sanders. No. Mr. Thune. Mr. Thune. Aye. Mr. Cotton. Mr. Cotton. Aye. Mrs. Capito. Mrs. Capito. Aye. Mr. Markey. Mr. Markey. No. Mr. Scott. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, aye. Mr. Barrasso. Mr. Barrasso, aye. Mr. Graham. Mr. Graham, aye. Mr. Paul. Mr. Paul, aye. Mr. Hawley. Mr. Hawley, aye. Mr. Young. Mr. Young, aye. Mr. Justice, Mr. Justice, aye. Mr. Schmidt, aye. Mr. Crapo, aye.
On this vote, the yeas are 51, the nays are 45. The nomination is confirmed. Under the previous order, the motion to reconsider is considered made and laid upon the table, and the President will be immediately notified of the Senate's action.
Mr. President.
The Majority Leader.
Thank you. Mr. President, I move to proceed to legislative session.
The questions on the motion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The motion is agreed to.
Mr. President.
The Democratic Leader.
Mr. President, if MAGA Republicans want to bog down the Senate over a debate on voter suppression, Democrats are ready. We're ready to be here all day, all night, as long as it takes to ensure the powers of voter suppression do not win the day. Let me be very clear. The SAVE Act is not a voter ID bill. It is in every sense a voter suppression bill. It could purge millions of American citizens from the voter rolls through a screening algorithm designed by Elon Musk's Doge Squad. It could disenfranchise over 20 million American citizens. It would kill online voter registration. It would kill vote by mail. It would kill voter motor registration. What does any of that have to do with election security? It doesn't. It's a naked attempt to rig our elections. The SAVE Act also rejects the most common forms of ID for anyone trying to register. The way this works, you don't have to be notified if you're kicked off the rolls. You show up on Election Day, they say you were sorry, Mr. Smith, Ms. Jones, you're not on the rolls anymore. And then they make it impossible to re-register, certainly on that day, and you lose your right to vote. Driver licenses are no longer enough. The most common ID forms for anyone to register are rejected in the SAVE Act for the first time in just about every state. Not even military IDs would be enough. Can you believe that? That would be radical. It would force Americans to register only in person, something only 5% of Americans do today. It punishes married women who change their last names. The SAVE Act is not about protecting the vote. It's in making it harder to vote and easier to steal an election. And we know what the deal is here. Donald Trump said, Republicans pass the SAVE Act, it guarantees his midterm. The senior senator from Utah says Republicans will lose power, likely for a long time if they don't get the SAVE Act passed. That's the whole game. It's cynical. It's beneath the Senate. It's beneath democracy. Senate Democrats will never let this rotten bill move through this body. I yield the floor.
Leader.
Mr. President, I understand that the Senate's received a message from the House to accompany S-1383.
The Leader is correct.
Mr. President, I ask that the Chair lay before the Senate the House message to accompany S-1383.
Ask for the yeas and nays.
Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsterbrooks, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Blunt-Rochester, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mrs. Britt,
Mr. Budd. Ms. Cantwell. Mrs. Capito. Mr. Cassidy.
for some reason I thought you were asking me what I was going to report.
Ms. Collins.
I was asking that too. I didn't ask about that. So I apologize. Okay,
Mr.
so
Coons.
motion to conclude.
Mr. Cornyn.
You have this,
Ms. Cortez Masto.
4-2-0.
and you have the
Mr. Cotton.
that's the second degree to the side.
Mr. Kramer.
Motion to refer, you have this one.
Mr. Crapo.
Report back forthwith with
Mr. Cruz.
Thank you.
Mr. Curtis. Mr. Daines. Ms. Duckworth. Mr. Durbin. Ms. Ernst. Mr. Fetterman. Mrs. Fisher. Mr. Gallego. Mrs. Gillibrand. Mr. Graham. Mr. Grassley. Mr. Haggerty. Ms. Hassan. Mr. Hawley. Mr. Heinrich. Mr. Hickenlooper. Ms. Hirono. Mr. Hoven. Mr. Husted. Mrs. Hyde-Smith. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Justice. Mr. Kane. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kennedy. Mr. Kim. Mr. King. Ms. Klobuchar. Mr. Langford. Mr. Lee. Mr. Lujan. Ms. Lummis. Mr. Markey. Mr. Marshall. Mr. McConnell. Mr. McCormick. Mr. Merkley. Mrs. Moody. Mr. Moran. Mr. Moreno, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski,
Christy, would you
Mr. Murphy,
a small clip, binder clip,
Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff,
or medium?
Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Rich, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Banks, Cotton, Crapo, Cruz, Lee, Moran, Paul, Ricketts, and Wicker. Senators voting in the negative: Baldwin, Bennett, Blunt Rochester, Cantwell, Cortez Masto, Vetterman, Gillibrand, Kelly, King, Markey, Murray, Ossoff, Padilla, Sanders, Schatz, Schumer, Slotkin, Smith, Warner, and Wyden.
Mr. Thune, aye. Mr. Cornyn, aye. Mr. Heinrich, no. Mr. Whitehouse, no. Mr. Curtis, aye. Mr. Rono, no. Mr. Hickenlooper. Mr. Hickenlooper, no. Mr. Justice, aye. Mr. Merkley, no. Mr. Sheehy, aye. Mr. Murphy, no. Mr. Peters, no. Mr. Lujan, no. Mr. Barrasso, aye. Mrs. Moody, aye. Mrs. Brett, aye. Mr. Young, aye. Ms. Lummis, aye. Mr. Schiff, no. Mr. Haggerty, aye. Mrs. Capito, aye. Mr. Reed, no. Mr. Kane, no. Mr. Kim, no. Mr. Welch, no. Mr. Scott of Florida, aye. Mr. Risch, aye. Mr. Grassley, aye. Mr. Blumenthal, no. Mr. Moreno, aye. Mr. Mullen, aye. Miss Ernst, aye. Mr. Booker, no. Mr. Durbin, no. Mr. Graham, aye. Mrs. Shaheen, no. Mr. McCormick, aye. Mr. Langford, aye. Mr. Gallego, no. Mrs. Blackburn, aye. Ms. Hassan, no. Ms. Duckworth, no. Mr. Cassidy, aye. Mr. Tuberville, aye. Ms. Murkowski, no. Mr. Warnock, no. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, aye. Mr. Husted, aye. Ms. Warren, no. Mr. Johnson, aye. Ms. Collins, aye. Mr. Marshall, aye. Ms. Rosen, no. Mr. Budd, aye. Mr. Bozeman, aye. Ms. Klobuchar, no. Mrs. Hyde Smith, aye. Ms. Also Brooks. Ms. Also Brooks, no. Mr. Kennedy.
4420, the Schmidt
Mr.
one.
Kennedy,
4420.
aye. Mr. Schumer. Mr. Schumer, no. Mr. McConnell. Mr. McConnell, aye. Mrs. Fisher, aye. Mr. Schmidt, aye. Mr. Van Hollen, no. Mr. Coons, no. Mr. Sullivan, aye. Mr. Hawley, aye. Mr. Rounds, aye. Mr. Daines, aye. Mr. Kramer, aye. Mr. Hoven, aye.
On this vote, the yeas are 51, the nays are 48. The motion is agreed to. The chair lays before the Senate the following message from the House.
Resolved that the bill from the Senate as 1383 entitled An Act to Establish the Veterans Advisory Committee and so forth and for other purposes do pass with an amendment.
Mr. President, I move to concur in the House amendment to S. 1383.
The clerk will report.
The senator from South Dakota, Mr. Thune, moves to concur in the House amendment to S. 1383.
I ask that the reading be dispensed with,
Without objection.
and I move to concur in the House amendment with an amendment.
The clerk will report.
The senator from South Dakota, Mr. Thune, moves to concur in the House amendment with an amendment numbered 4420.
Dispensed with,
Without objection.
and I ask for the yeas and nays on the motion.
Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. The yeas and nays are ordered.
Mr. President, I have an amendment at the desk to the motion to concur with amendment.
The clerk will report.
The senator from South Dakota, Mr. Thune, for Mr. Tuberville and Mrs. Blackburn, proposes an amendment number 4421 to amendment number 4420.
Mr. President, I ask that the reading be dispensed with,
Without objection.
and I move to refer the House message to S. 1383 to the Committee on Rules and Administration with instructions to report back forthwith with amendment number 4422.
The clerk will report.
The senator from South Dakota, Mr. Thune, moves to refer the House message to accompany S. 1383 to the Committee on Rules with instructions to report back forthwith, being amendment number 4422.
Mr. President, I ask for the yeas and nays on my motion.
Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. The yeas and nays are ordered.
Mr. President, I have an amendment to the instructions.
The clerk will report.
The senator from South Dakota, Mr. Thune, proposes an amendment number 4423 to the instructions of the motion to refer.
Mr. President, I ask that the reading be dispensed with,
Without objection.
and I ask for the yeas and nays on my amendment.
Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. The yeas and nays are ordered.
Mr. President, I have a second-degree amendment at the desk.
The clerk will report.
The senator from South Dakota, Mr. Thune, proposes an amendment number 4424 to amendment number 4423.
Mr. President, I ask that the reading be dispensed with.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President.
The senator from Kansas.
Mr. President, I rise today to say I support the Save America Act. And yes, even if that means ending the only barely more than 100-year-old filibuster, the silent filibuster, I'm still in favor of the Save America Act. As we've just voted to get on this bill, the Senate now begins a long and necessary process to advance the Save America Act. It's a straightforward bill that requires proof of citizenship to register to vote in our federal elections, along with voter ID and validating mail-in ballots. The purpose of this bill is about one simple thing: making sure only duly registered American citizens cast ballots in American elections. It's about making sure our elections are secure. Now, this shouldn't be controversial. Voter ID is supported by the vast majority of Americans, Republicans, Independents, and Democrats alike. Polls show that even around 70% of Democrats believe voter ID is common sense and essential for fair elections. It's something most of us do every day. Show an ID to board a plane, to open a bank account, to buy alcohol, to get a hotel room, to purchase some prescriptions. Why should voting, the most sacred act in our republic, be the only place where we don't ask for basic proof that you're eligible, that you are who you say you are? Yet here we are, instead of passing this with overwhelming bipartisan support, maybe even by unanimous consent, we're forced into a drawn-out battle because no one on the other side will join us. I thought a lot about this, Mr. President. You know what the real question should be? The real question that America should be asking their senator? Why won't just 10 Democrat senators cross the aisle and support simple voter ID? We shouldn't be having to have filibustering debates or 1,000 other rabbit holes we're about to go down. I would challenge those who, as Mark Twain once said, those who buy ink by the barrel, to ask my colleagues across the aisle, why won't you support voter ID? Now, my colleagues across the aisle, they're clever. They won't answer that question. They won't answer the simple question, do you support voter ID? They won't commit to that one issue. Instead, they're going to pivot. And they'll tell you what other part of the bill they don't like. They'll want to dive into parliamentarian procedures and Senate lore and traditions, but they won't answer that one simple question. Do you support voter ID? Just like 70% of your Democrat supporters do. And if we could start there, if we start there that we both agree that we need voter ID, agreeing on that one issue, then maybe we can piece together and compromise on the rest of the bill. But when you reject even something as simple as voter ID, we should continue to ask them, why won't you stand with the American people who want secure elections? Why won't you stand up and listen to the over 60% of Americans who are concerned about the integrity of our elections? Now, we all know that non-citizens aren't supposed to vote. It's already illegal. But without proof of citizenship at registration, we have no real safeguard. I can even hear President Reagan now, if he were here talking to the American people, trust but verify. And that's what we want to do. That's really what the Save America Act is all about. It fixes all these challenges. It requires documents like a passport or birth certificate with ID, documents millions of Americans already have or can easily obtain. It protects our elections without disenfranchising a single eligible citizen. Now, oh, by the way, to my colleagues across the aisle, if you have a concern or a better way to make our elections more secure and more fair, let's move forward. That encourages and empowers every legal citizen the opportunity to vote, then I'm with you. Let's work together to make our elections safe and secure. This isn't, to me at least, about politics. It's about principles. It's about fighting for the American people to deserve elections they can trust. It's about making sure that my vote counts and isn't canceled by an illegal vote. Our republic depends on it. When the people lose faith that their vote counts and only citizens decide our future, we risk everything our founders built. So I'll wrap up by saying I urge my colleagues across the aisle, listen to your constituents. Listen to the 70% of Democrats who support voter ID. Come across the aisle, let us pass the Save America Act quickly and get back to the people's business. The American people are watching.
They want secure elections. They want us to protect this republic. Let's show them we can still work together on something so basic and so important. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield back.
The senator from Tennessee.
Thank you, Mr. President. I am going to have some comments on the Save America Act, and I think it's appropriate that we move forward on that legislation. First, I want to talk a little bit about what has happened with the Department of Homeland Security. We are 32 days into a shutdown at the Department of Homeland Security. That's a unpleasant thought for a lot of our citizens in this country. Think about our TSA workers and our Secret Service agents who are out there working without a paycheck. FEMA, the emergency management response, FEMA has been suspended as communities in Tennessee, I know Michigan, the East Coast, places where we've had these storms, they are needing FEMA and the help that is there. But no, because of the Democrats, the DHS is not funded. Now, the Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency, CISA, it's facing staff shortages, increasing risk of cyber attacks from foreign adversaries like Iran, or the rest of the axis of evil, Russia, China, North Korea, and Iran. And that agency, people are not showing up for work. The Coast Guard, core operations of the U.S. Coast Guard have been disrupted. Maritime search and rescue, port security, patrols that stop drug traffickers. That has been disrupted. Why? Because our colleagues are refusing to fund the Department of Homeland Security. They have voted repeatedly to keep DHS shut down. Now, I think it's irresponsible at any time to block these programs and this department, but especially now. It is so reckless because of the elevated terror threats that we are seeing, especially from Iran, which, by the way, Mr. President, Iran is the world's largest state sponsor of terrorism. Now, you can look at what has happened since Operation Epic Fury started. You had the shooting at a bar in Austin, Texas. The attacker wore an undershirt displaying an Iranian flag. The FBI, looking at that as terrorism. On Thursday, a man from Lebanon plowed a truck strapped with explosives through a synagogue in Michigan. Same day, you had an immigrant from Sierra Leone who opened fire on an ROTC class at Old Dominion University, killing one person, injuring two others. And we had some students who were able to apprehend this individual. And the suspect was previously convicted of providing material support to ISIS, but he was released early in 2024 under the Biden administration. Now, last Monday, the Justice Department charged 2 men for allegedly igniting homemade bombs outside the mayor's residence in New York City, and that was an ISIS-inspired attack. Late last month, a federal trial started against a Pakistani national who was allegedly recruited by Iran to kill a U.S. politician ahead of the 2024 election. President Trump was a potential target. Now, it is important to note these are not isolated incidences. They are part of what we're seeing as a very unfortunate trend. Over the course of his administration, Joe Biden and his administration allowed at least 18,000 known or suspected terrorists to enter our country. They had that open border. They liked that open border. They were working overtime trying to make illegal legal. And along the way, they let in 18,000 known or suspected terrorists. This does not include the more than 2 million gotaways that also came across that border without being apprehended. And I know that Homeland Security investigations are working overtime to find these individuals, to apprehend, detain, prosecute, and deport them, to get them out of this country. But there again, Homeland Security investigations have a limited capacity to work on these threats because the Democrats have chosen, yet again, to shut down the Department of Homeland Security. Now, one would think that addressing this issue would be important to them, but we think that they continue to say they want more restrictions on ICE. Now, what this is really about, Mr. President, is our friends across the aisle have promised their base, promised them, look, we're going to defund federal law enforcement. You leave it to us. We're going to abolish ICE. You leave it to us. We've got a plan. And their plan, it turns out, is to use not only the American people, but TSA agents, FEMA personnel, Homeland Security investigators, the Secret Service, the Coast Guard, as pawns in their political game, pure pawns. And some of the things the president has tried to work with them, they had agreed to a funding bill, then they changed their mind. And the thing that is so interesting about this, they keep talking about defund ICE, we need to defund ICE. ICE is funded through 2029. We did that in the Working Families Tax Cut. And what we have to look at is what the Democrats are doing is saying they would rather abolish ICE, open up our borders, and defund federal law enforcement than actually provide for the security of our homeland. Give paychecks that are earned. Give these paychecks to the TSA, to FEMA, the Coast Guard, and CISA. So I would encourage our colleagues to think about this and think about the danger and the risk that they are causing to our homeland, the stress that they are placing on TSA agents as they're trying to screen luggage to make certain that the flying public is safe. The inconvenience and the harm that is being caused to communities that really need FEMA to step in right now. And they need to think about the work that is being done in communities all across this country by Homeland Security investigations to apprehend drug traffickers, child predators, and to keep our communities safe. Now, the other thing that, and my colleague from Kansas had mentioned the Save America Act, which I'm delighted that we are finally on this bill. This is another area where we are watching the Democrats come full display of their loyalty to illegal aliens that are in this country. I mean, they are on it. Give them a choice between protecting the rule of law and protecting U.S. citizens. They're going to choose somebody illegally in the country every single time. That is really a disappointment to me, because the Save America Act is something that 83% of the voters in this country support, 83%. These are not my numbers. These are numbers from public polls. Anyone can go and look these up. Now, it is common sense that you are going to show a photo ID many times a day to prove that you are who you are. And it is common sense that everyone should show a photo ID when they go to the ballot box to cast that vote. Indeed, they should be a citizen and prove they're a citizen if they're going to register to vote, thereby protecting one person, one vote, protecting the integrity of our election system. This is a way that we help ensure that we preserve this system. You know, in Tennessee, where I reside, my state, my wonderful state, is ranked #1 when it comes to election integrity. We make certain that our voter rolls are cleaned up. We make certain that voter ID is enforced. We have accurate registration lists and verification of citizenship. All common sense. If you're going to cast a ballot in our elections, be a citizen. Let's prove that you are the person showing up to cast that vote, and be respectful of the situation. You know, Mr. President, we have said, let's make it easier to vote and harder to cheat so that we protect the integrity of this system, so that we eliminate fraud, and so we preserve confidence in our election results. Well, it is just nonsensical that our colleagues across the aisle oppose this. Can you imagine that? 83% of the American people say, you're right, let's show an ID, let's be a citizen if we're going to vote. But no, our Democrat colleagues oppose it. They want to make it easier for non-citizens to cast ballots. In fact, 14 states in this country, and by the way, these are overwhelmingly blue states. 14 states do not require any documentation whatsoever to go cast your vote. Can you imagine that? You just walk up, claim to be somebody, and you vote. But you look at states like California and New York, which are home to more than 3.5 million illegal aliens combined, and that's what you're seeing, making it easier to cheat, making it easier for non-citizens to vote. You know, I think that you look at these issues and you realize that our friends across the aisle, Mr. President, they might have been picking the wrong fight. People want DHS funded. They want the Save America Act passed. They want the integrity of our elections to be protected. And I think it is imperative that we come together on this floor and that we pass the Save America Act and make certain that we know who is voting and that they are a citizen. I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
The senator from Texas.
Mr. President, later this year, American citizens across the country will exercise one of their most valuable and sacred rights, the right to vote. A right that has been hard-earned and fought for from the founding generation of our republic to today. And how was the right to self-government, the right to vote, secured? It was secured by American colonists who rejected the royal edict and hurtled tea into Boston Harbor, declaring no taxation without representation. It was secured by ordinary men who seized their muskets and fired the shot heard round the world at Lexington and Concord. It was secured by Continental troops who marched to the fields of Saratoga and the coastline of Yorktown, repeating those immortal words of Patrick Henry, "Give me liberty or give me death." For nearly 250 years, Americans have cast their votes for leaders at every level, from local officials to state representatives to the President of the United States. Every member of this body is here today because we were elected fairly and honestly and given a mandate by our constituents to serve them here in Washington and to protect the liberties and freedoms our founders fought to preserve. The power of the ballot box determines the course of our nation, the history we are writing, and the freedoms that we continue to defend. And while no single ballot in isolation may seem decisive, together, the votes of the American people shape the course of our nation and the course of history. But it is worth remembering that our voting system did not begin as it exists today. When this nation was founded, the right to vote was limited, and over time, through debate, sacrifice, a bloody civil war, and constitutional amendment, the right to vote was quite properly expanded. The 15th Amendment prohibited denying the vote based on race. The 19th Amendment guaranteed women the right to vote. And the 26th Amendment lowered the voting age to 18. At every stage of our constitutional amendment process, the goal was the same: to ensure that the right to vote belonged to American citizens and that it was exercised with integrity. And while our system has evolved, one principle has remained constant. Elections reflect the will of the American people. For a right so sacred, for a privilege so hard fought, it is shocking, it is tragic, how neglected and vulnerable the protection of our elections has become. That is why I'm here today on this very floor, urging the members of this body to pass the Save America Act. It says that when you register to vote in a federal election, you must provide proof that you are a citizen of the United States, and you must provide photo ID to vote. In simple terms, that's it. This is not some radical, politicized, or weaponized piece of legislation designed to restrict Americans from voting. It is a common sense measure that protects the integrity of our elections by ensuring that American citizens and only American citizens are voting in them. Legitimacy in a democracy rests on two pillars. First, the mechanical integrity of the system to produce a valid result, and second, the public's confidence in that system. If either one fails, the system falters. If both fail, the system collapses. A system that cannot be trusted is a system that cannot govern. If you look around the world, between 2/3 and 3/4 of countries require some form of identification to vote. Why? Because it safeguards the integrity of their elections and reinforces public trust in their system. So it begs the question, why hasn't the United States fully embraced this standard? Well, for the last several months, we have heard claim after claim about how this legislation would somehow inhibit people from voting, that requiring identification is discriminatory, that the American people do not support voter ID. Mr. President, our Democrat colleagues are fond of bellowing into the TV cameras that photo ID to vote is Jim Crow, they tell us with mock earnestness. Now, I will admit, our Democrat colleagues should be experts in Jim Crow, because it was Democrat politicians who passed the Jim Crow laws. It was Democrat politicians who founded the Ku Klux Klan. It was Democrat politicians for decade after decade who enforced discrimination, separate but equal, poll taxes, and a host of other laws designed to prevent African Americans from voting. But do you know who has rejected their disingenuous claim that photo ID to vote is Jim Crow? The Supreme Court of the United States. Supreme Court of the United States, the state of Indiana, passed photo ID law requiring that you show a photo ID to vote. And a group of left-wing plaintiffs filed litigation challenging that. The case went all the way to the United States Supreme Court. At the time, I was the Solicitor General of the state of Texas. I led a coalition of states before the Supreme Court defending photo ID to vote. And the left-wing plaintiffs made the same argument that our Democrat colleagues make today, that requiring photo ID to vote would somehow disenfranchise minorities. The Supreme Court, by a vote of 6-3, rejected their argument. The author of the majority opinion was John Paul Stevens. John Paul Stevens was one of the great liberals on the court. He was not a conservative. He was not on the right wing. He was the leading liberal for years on the U.S. Supreme Court. He rejected that claim, and he pointed out that when someone votes illegally, they are stealing the votes of legal voters. They are stealing the votes of American citizens. The Supreme Court explained that when photo ID laws have been implemented, minority participation in the election goes up, not down. And the Supreme Court explained that requiring photo ID enhances the integrity of an election and the integrity of democracy. Now, our Democrat colleagues don't want to acknowledge any of those facts. And I guess it's understandable, because the American people have heard their specious arguments and they have rejected them. Mr. President, 81% of Americans support requiring photo ID to vote. But my Democrat colleagues might say, what about African Americans? Well, about 3/4 of African Americans in the United States support requiring photo ID to vote. How about Hispanics? More than 80% of Hispanics in America support requiring photo ID to vote. How about Democrats? Here's an astonishing statistic. If you get out of elected office, if you ask a Democrat on the street, 70% of Democrats in America support requiring photo ID to vote. The one group that doesn't are elected Democrats in the United States Senate and the United States House. And by the way, the premise of their argument that minorities, if you require photo ID to vote, are not going to be able to vote is frankly insulting. Mr. President, I'm proud to be an Hispanic American. I've been an Hispanic all my life. You know what I've got in my wallet? I have a driver's license. I look at my colleagues across the way. I feel confident they have driver's licenses in their wallets as well. Hispanics are not morons. African Americans are not morons. And when you claim minorities can't figure out how to get a driver's license, well, gosh, what do you need a photo ID to vote to do right now in America? You need a photo ID to purchase alcohol or to purchase tobacco. You need a photo ID to gamble or purchase lottery tickets. You need a photo ID to go into a bar. You need a photo ID to get on a plane. You need a photo ID to rent a car. You need a photo ID just to drive a car, not even rent a car, drive a car. You need a photo ID to apply for government benefits. You need a photo ID to enroll in college. You need a photo ID to open a bank account. You need a photo ID to check into a hotel. And I got to admit, this is my personal favorite. You need a photo ID, actually 2 photo IDs, to shovel snow in New York City. These are routine, everyday activities. The gallery is full. I feel confident everyone in the gallery who is not a child has a driver's license. And by the way, you wouldn't be admitted to the gallery if you didn't. And I feel confident every member of this chamber has done just about anything I listed well, except shoveling snow. I'm not convinced many of my colleagues have shoveled snow. Although they do shovel other things. The question is not whether Americans are bright enough to obtain photo ID. We know they can, and we know they do. The real question is, why would we not require the same level of verification for something as consequential and vital as voting? Are our Democrat colleagues saying voting doesn't matter? Or is it something else? Voting is not just another everyday activity. It rolls around every year, a few years, and it is the vehicle that protects the principles of our republic and safeguarding what matters. This legislation is necessary because there are individuals and systems that can undermine confidence in our elections if proper safeguards are not in place. And one of the most apparent ways that we've seen is through the masses of illegal immigrants that our Democrat colleagues let in through open borders over 4 years. During the Biden administration, more than 12 million illegal immigrants flooded into this country, the vast majority through my home state of Texas. Now, Mr. President, understand that was not an accident. That was not something the Democrats could not stop. That was their desired outcome. How do we know that? Because the instant President Trump was sworn into office for his second term, illegal border crossings plummeted 99%. Overnight. The Democrats said, no, Joe Biden can't secure the border. He needs new legislation. We now know that was a lie. It was objectively false, and they knew it was false. Well, if they could have secured the border for 4 years and they chose not to, they chose to let murderers into this country, they chose to let rapists into this country, they chose to let child molesters into this country, they chose to let gangbangers into this country, they chose to let terrorists into this country. We've had 4 radical Islamic terror attacks in the last 2 weeks. Why, Mr. President, would the Democrats choose to allow more than 12 million illegal aliens to invade this country? And I'm going to suggest the obvious reason. Because the Democrats look at those illegal aliens and they want them to cast vote for Democrats in federal elections. Why are the Democrats lined up and say, no, 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 under no circumstances should we test to see if you're an American citizen. Under no circumstances should we require photo IDs. You know, there was one activist a few years ago who filmed himself going into a D.C. polling place. D.C. polling place said, sir, what's your name? And he said, my name is Eric Holder. Now, this activist was not the Attorney General of the United States at the time. But yet D.C. handed him a ballot and said, Mr. Holder, please cast your vote. The Democrats are lined up in this chamber because they want our elections to be insecure. They want voter fraud to be rampant and to be easy. Ask yourself, do the American people have a difficult time buying a beer? Do they have a difficult time getting into an R-rated movie? Do they have a difficult time getting on an airplane? Well, yes, because the Democrats have refused to fund the TSA, and so there are long lines right now. But the lack of a photo ID is not an impediment that stops people from flying. This debate is about something very simple. Do our elections matter? Does our democracy matter? And boy, Mr. President, I got to say, that is a phrase the Democrats love. That they are defending democracy. It's interesting, their voice usually drops an octave when they say that. They clutch their pearls. And that's just the men. Defending democracy is what they say. Ask yourself, why are they not concerned at all about 12 million illegals who they let into this country voting illegally? I'll submit, Occam's razor provides the simplest solution is usually the right one. The simplest solution is very clear. The Democrats in this body want illegals to vote for them. They want power enough that they are more than happy to undermine democracy to try to seize power. I get that from their personal self-interest, but it is not in the interest of the men and women they represent. It is not in the interest of the people of America. This bill is rightly called the Save America Act. And Mr. President, if we were voting on the merits of what was good for America, what was good for democracy, what was good for American citizens, the vote would be 100-0. Although I would note on the other side of this building at the State of the Union address that you were at, that I was at, we saw why our Democrat colleagues are so adamantly opposed to this bill. President Trump turned to the Democrats on the right side of the floor of the House, and it gave them an opportunity to demonstrate with absolute clarity. He said, if you agree, our first priority should be to fight for American citizens and not for illegal aliens. Please stand. And every single Democrat in Congress remained seated. Not a one of them. I would note, as we're on the floor today, of the 47 Democrats in this body, only one is here on the floor. But a whole lot more were on the floor during the State of the Union. Every one of them chose to remain seated because they could not support the statement that we need to support American citizens and not illegal aliens. That's why they oppose the Save America Act, because they want to be handed power over this country by the illegal aliens they let into this country. That's why we need to save America. And it's why I urge every member of this body to pass the Save America Act. I yield the floor.
Mr. President. Senator from Florida.
Mr. President, I rise today to speak about something that unifies our country. Here in the Senate, often we talk about things that we disagree on. We're going to talk today about something that Americans agree on. The American people overwhelmingly want election security. They want our border to be secure. They want our election to be secure. They want to feel that their government is acting with integrity and fairness, and to have representative government that protects its people. I rise in support of the Save America Act. For many of us, this is a new fight. My good friend Senator Lee and I have been working to pass the Save America Act for years, because we know this isn't just about election security, it's about protecting the future of our nation for all American families. The Save America Act is very simple. First, you need an ID to vote. Second, you need proof of citizenship to register in our elections. These aren't controversial ideas. In fact, the vast majority of Americans, no matter their party affiliation, their race, their gender, you name it, they support these ideas. And why wouldn't they? Americans want to know that our elections are both free and fair, that our democracy is safe. They believe in our country and that its citizens can make good decisions. They want to know that their vote counts and is not diluted by someone who is not a U.S. citizen. Americans deserve that, because this question cuts to the very core of who we are as a country. To survive, a republic needs its citizens to know and trust that their vote is secure, that their vote matters, and that they can trust the outcome. People have died for the sacred right to vote, and that sacred right should not be diluted by non-U.S. citizens. And if Americans can't trust their elections or who is legally allowed to vote in them, then they can't trust that their elected officials actually represent them. Yet somehow, congressional Democrats funded by George Soros and forever cowering to the radical left are ignoring the will of the American people. The minority leader tried to say this bill was a, quote, dagger at the heart of our democracy, even though the mayor of the largest city in the state he represents requires not one, but two forms of ID just to shovel snow. I'd say not passing this bill and allowing illegals to vote and the integrity of the election to be undermined is the real dagger. That's why the Save America Act is crucial. The fact is, so much of what Democrats are saying about this bill simply is not true. Democrats are lying to all of us, and they know it. It's the same tired playbook they've tried time and time again. So let's unpack their arguments. You're going to hear them say this is Jim Crow 2.0. Yep, that's right. We have once again reached the point where Democrats claim the thing that they don't like is racist. It's wrong, it's insulting. And the Democrats know it. Everyone knows it, but they hope the American public won't notice. And here's why this is so wrong. What Democrats are really saying is that the 83% of Americans who support voter ID laws are all racist. And let's remember, it was the Democrats who passed Jim Crow laws, not Republicans. Everyone who is paying attention can see what they are doing. Democrats are openly calling most of America racist, and the mainstream media acts like that's normal. But the Democrats' attacks on hardworking Americans aren't done. If they call us all racist, they double down and say the Save America Act is an attack on married women. There's been a lot of talk recently about what is fair to women in America. The Democrats have said that the Save America Act is bad for married women. Liberals have also claimed that biological women need to shut up and accept that biological men can compete against them, shatter their dreams, sometimes their bodies, and steal their championships. Democrats somehow say that's fair. But you're not fair to biological women. And the most deranged members of the radical left have now convinced Democrats in Congress that it's okay to tell little girls that God made them wrong, then allow the mutilation of their bodies before these children can truly comprehend or consent to the consequences of hormone therapy or gender reassignment surgery. Now, I'm not a woman. I can confidently say that because, unlike the Democrats, I know what a woman is. And I'm married to an amazing woman. We've raised two incredible, smart, and strong women who now have families of their own. They're independent and can make decisions for themselves. They don't need anyone to tell them how to run their lives. And I'm lucky enough to have one little girl in my life who calls me Grandpa. Even at 5, she's very comfortable telling me what to do. While not a woman, I do have pieces of advice for the Democrats. One, stop telling Americans that women can't figure out how to register to vote because you want to keep illegals voting. Women are smarter than Democrats think they are, much smarter. And 2, stop destroying women's sports by telling Americans that women can physically compete with biological males. Stop telling Americans that just because a little girl wears shorts instead of dresses and wants to hang out with the boys instead of the girls, that's okay to permanently disfigure her. It's disgusting, and every Democrat here knows it, but they are too cowardly to tell the truth to the radical lunatics running their party. Thankful, when we pass the Save America Act, we will end these dangerous attacks on women by Democrats for good. Look around and acknowledge what the Democrats are doing. They're saying to women, don't support the Save America Act. You'll never figure out how to register to vote again. Do you realize how insulting that is? You think I ever would look at my wife or my daughters or my granddaughter and think they aren't smart enough, or in the case of my granddaughter, won't be smart enough to do what they need to do? Now, I'm not going to stand here and let Democrats in Washington claim that these amazing, strong, smart women cannot figure out how to register to vote. This is nothing but a made-up talking point from Democrats because they want to allow, here's their goal, they want to allow illegals to vote. It's real simple. I'm tired of hearing Democrats use every excuse of the book to allow illegals to vote in our elections. Now, we all know that Democrats can't win on their radical ideas, so they have to try to weaponize our elections. That's wrong. Americans who are perfectly capable of showing their ID to board an airplane, visit a doctor's office, and prove their citizenship deserve secure elections. We are only here today because Democrats have created a system in this country that has totally failed the American people, and Americans want secure elections. We must make sure Americans can have the faith that their vote counts and that the election results reflect the will of the people. We must put simple standards in place that a majority of Americans approve of, and that will help Americans trust that our elections are free and fair. And why wouldn't Democrats want to make certain that elections in the United States of America are free and fair? We want that for every other country in the world. Why wouldn't we want it here? The fact is, over the last decades, Democrats' priorities are totally out of whack with what Americans want. Under the Biden administration, Democrats purposely opened our borders, and our country was flooded by illegal aliens. The same illegal aliens that Democrats are now putting above Americans as they do everything in their power to destroy this bill. Then, when Democrats saw how enraged the American people were about their wide-open borders and all the crime they were allowing in this country, the left claimed we needed new laws to fix it. As we all know, in the case of our border security, that was a complete lie. But for election security, we do need new laws because the ones we have aren't strong enough. And President Trump, on his own, can't secure elections. President Trump secured our border, and now Congress must secure our elections. The facts are simple. Illegal aliens should not vote in American elections. We know it's happening, and we must do everything we can to stop it. Democrats will say it's racism, but they say everything is racism when they don't like it. Is it racist that before I board a plane I have to show my ID? Is it racist that in order to buy certain medicines, apply for a job or a bank account, check into a hotel, rent a car, purchase a lottery ticket, order a drink at a bar, or get into the DNC convention, or shovel snow, for goodness sake, that we as Americans have to show ID? Absolutely not. And anyone telling you otherwise is lying. Now, here's my simple question for Democrats. Why should voting in our elections, something that dictates the direction of our country and is essential to building trust in government, have a lower ID standard than buying a six-pack of beer or a lottery ticket? The answer is simple. It shouldn't. When the minority leader isn't calling minorities and women too stupid to show ID and register to vote, he's claimed that we can't pass this bill because President Trump is trying to rig the elections. He's lying, and he's telling on himself. The minority leader and Democrats think that stopping illegal aliens from voting in American elections is rigging the system. Now, that's a remarkable thing for them to admit. But when they tell you who they are, we have to listen. What's clear to me is Democrats don't think they can win. They don't think they can win unless we allow people who are not legally allowed to vote to cast a ballot. Clearly, the minority leader is more concerned about what passing the Save America Act would mean for his future as majority leader than he is about election security, faith in our democracy, or delivering for the American people. Democrats, George Soros and the radical left will try to convince you that their opposition to this bill is about fairness and integrity. It's about protecting American democracy. Don't listen to them. It's not fair for illegals to vote in American elections. I don't get to vote in the French elections or the British elections or the Canadian elections. It's not fair to let men compete in women's sports. It's not fair to allow the mutilation of children with gender reassignment surgery for minors. The fact is that fairness, integrity, and our future are on the line. It's this bill that will protect them. It's what Senator Lee and I and so many others are fighting for today as we once again call on this body to pass the Save America Act. I urge my colleagues to support it. I yield back my time.
Mr. President.
The senator from Montana.
Mr. President, there's some issues we consider so logical and so obviously rooted in common sense that I gotta believe the American people are sitting at home and wonder why Congress is even having this debate. And such is the case with the bill the U.S. Senate is considering this week, the Save America Act. Let me be clear, the bill before us today requires proof of citizenship when registering to vote, and it requires photo ID in order to vote in a federal election. If you come to my office here in Washington, D.C., you'll see fairly quickly I'm an avid outdoorsman. There's a lot of hunting and fishing pictures on the walls that say a lot about the great state of Montana. As many know, Montana has some of the very best outdoor recreation in the country, even the world. Hunting, fishing, backpacking, you name it. I remember growing up in Montana, my grandpa and my dad had a fly rod in my hand when I was still a little boy, before fly fishing was cool even, back in the early 70s. I remember fly fishing before Brad Pitt discovered it with Robert Redford and made the movie A River Runs Through It. And do you know, if you want to fish in Montana, you want to fly fish, if you want to get a tag to hunt, you want to shoot a mule deer or an elk or a whitetail, you know what you need to get a tag, to get a fishing license? You got to produce a valid ID. To go fishing, you need a license. And to get a license, you need a valid ID. Now, nobody has a problem with this when it comes to America's great outdoors. So why does the left protest so hard against ID requirements to vote? It is explicit law that only American citizens can vote. And all Americans have an ID or the ability to easily obtain one. The right to vote and participate in democracy is a core principle of this great country. It is what gives us our freedom. It's what gives us a voice. But when election integrity is compromised, our institutions suffer. And the people don't trust the outcome of elections or their government anymore. And that is why 95% of Republicans and 71% of Democrats support having voter ID. It's truly that bipartisan. I'm not sure there's a more bipartisan issue right now facing us in Washington. People want to restore trust in their elections and their government. So why is this so hard? I'll tell you why it's so hard. Our friends on the other side of the aisle are captive to their radical base. I grew up as the grandson of a Democrat in Montana. My dad was a Democrat growing up. But this is a different kind of Democrat today. The radical base is steering the party that we debate with across the aisle here in Washington. Remember, under Joe Biden's border catastrophe, at least 10 million, and that's a conservative number, 10 million illegal aliens poured into the country unchecked. And in many states, these illegal aliens are eligible for driver's licenses, which makes it easier to illegally register to vote. And that's why you need to have proof of citizenship. That's why the Save America Act is so important. Requiring a photo ID is basic. It's common sense. It's non-controversial. It's time to get this done. I'm very grateful to my colleague, Senator Mike Lee of Utah, and my colleague, Senator Eric Schmidt of Missouri, who've been fighting so hard to get this bill across the finish line. I urge the rest of our colleagues to get on board, support the Save America Act, stand up for election integrity, and vote for the Save America Act. Thank you.
The Senator for Missouri.
Thank you, Mr. President. There are moments when the Senate is asked whether it will merely manage decline or whether it will still govern. This is one of those moments. What is before us today is a test of whether the Senate still understands what it's for, a test of whether Article 1 of the Constitution still means what it says, that Congress possesses the power to write the rules of the road, a test of whether this body still exists to defend the American people, strengthen the Republic, and use constitutional authority for the common good. That is why I rise in support of my substitute amendment to the Save America Act. and it comes before us at a fitting hour in our nation's life. America is approaching her 250th birthday. We're taught in schools to think of the American founding as though it were unimaginably far away, sealed off behind glass. But 250 years is smaller than it seems. President John Tyler was born during the first Congress in 1790. He was born in the very infancy of this republic. President Tyler's last living grandson died only last year. That is how near the founding still is, and how recent this great experiment in self-government remains. And if the founding is that near, then our duty is that much clearer. We're not the curators of a dead tradition. We are the stewards of a living republic. Our republic was founded on a daring claim that free people could govern itself. Not that a free people could drift forever. Not that a free people could live off inherited greatness while its leaders refuse every hard question. Not that a free people could dissolve every boundary, mock every limit, and still expect to remain free. No, the American founding rested on a harder truth. Liberty is fragile, and so it requires structure. Man is fallen, and so self-government requires virtue. A republic requires citizens, truth, and the courage to defend both. That's why this bill matters. Some may say this bill will say these titles. Some will say that this bill and all of its titles don't belong together. That five-pronged, three-titled amendment is just a package or a wish list or a collection of unrelated priorities. But that only proves they do not understand what time it is, and they don't understand what our republic is. The five-prong and three titles of this amendment are united by one central question. Will American law still defend the basic conditions of self-government? Title I, Save American Voter, says the franchise belongs to its citizens and voting should be secure. Title II, Save American Sports, says that women's sports exist for women and girls, acknowledging biological reality over a legal fiction imposed by elite ideology. Title III, Save American Children, says that children should be protected from irreversible harm, not handed over to the appetites, fashions, and confusions of the age. Citizenship, reality, responsibility. Those are the basic truths a nation must defend if it intends to remain a nation. Let me begin with Title I. A republic has the right to distinguish citizens from non-citizens. That should not be controversial. That should not even be difficult. The vote is not a global entitlement. The vote is not a participation trophy for anyone who happens to cross our borders. It is one of the central privileges and duties of political membership. If citizenship means anything, it must mean something here first. That is why requiring proof of citizenship to vote in federal elections is foundational. It is a minimum requirement. It is so common sense in a self-governing nation because a people that cannot say who belongs to the polity cannot remain a polity at all. The same is true for voter identification. We're told endlessly that asking a voter to identify himself before casting a ballot is somehow oppressive, somehow unreasonable, somehow outside the bounds of democratic decency. The American people know better. That's why over 80% of American voters support voter ID. Identity verification is ordinary, in every serious sphere of life. We require it for small things, for lesser things, for trivial things. There's nothing wrong with requiring lawful voters to identify themselves before participating in the elections of those who will govern the United States of America. Honest elections require lawful voters, lawful ballots, and lawful verification. And then there's the question of mail voting. For too long, this country has been told to accept a system of mass mail-in voting as though it were the settled inheritance of the American Republic. It is not. In its current form, mass mail-in voting is a modern phenomenon, and in many places, it is a direct holdover from the COVID era. COVID is over. The emergency has passed. The extraordinary accommodations of that period should not become the permanent architecture of American elections. For most of our history, the presumption was simple. If you could vote in person, you voted in person. You appeared before lawful election officials. Your identity could be verified. Your ballot could be secured. The chain of custody could be protected. The people could trust what they were seeing. That is not cruelty. That is not oppression. That is what Republican government looks like. Now, of course, there are those who are unable to vote in person, and they should be helped. Military voters should be helped. Individuals with disabilities should be helped. Those who are sick should be helped. Caregivers with real burdens should be helped. Those with genuine, qualifying hardships should be helped. But accommodation should remain the exception, not the organizing principle of the whole system, because voting is not a consumer transaction. The highest values in election administration should be on legitimacy, public confidence, and trust. Not so long ago, even Democrats shared these values. The Carter-Baker Commission, formed by former Democrat President Jimmy Carter and former Republican Secretary of State James Baker III, made many of the recommendations that my amendment promotes: voter ID, proof of citizenship, and limiting mail-in balloting. Democrat senators may not support these provisions, but their voters do. 71% of self-identified Democrats support voter ID. A free people should want its elections to be visible, accountable, and resistant to bad actors. That is what Title I is trying to restore. Not the denial of lawful voting, but the integrity of lawful voting. Not confusion, but confidence. Not looseness, but legitimacy. I know this issue because I have experienced these fights myself. When I served as Missouri's Attorney General, I fought in court and defended our state's election integrity laws against a coordinated assault from the left in 2020. The left's dark money-funded elections super lawyers did not merely challenge one rule here or there. They challenged the very idea that we can get serious rules to protect the ballot, deter fraud, preserve order, and sustain public confidence in the vote. They came for the safeguards that made elections credible. They came for the principle that absentee and mail voting must be governed by rules. They came for the simple proposition that the people are entitled not only to cast a ballot, but to trust the system by which ballots are cast, handled, counted, and certified. And Missouri won. We defended the truth that election law is the framework by which free people govern itself. Election law isn't the arcane inconvenience to be brushed aside whenever the left sees a tactical advantage. We defended the proposition that deadlines matter because finality matters. We defended ballot security because legitimacy matters. We defended verification requirements because public trust matters. We defended the authority of the people acting through their laws to insist that elections be honest, orderly, and worthy of confidence, and Missouri won. That fight has taught me something I've never forgotten. The fight over election integrity is about more than mechanics or procedure. Rather, it's about whether we still have the moral confidence to defend the elementary conditions of self-government. Because once every safeguard is treated as suspect, once every verification measure is denounced as oppression, once every effort to secure the ballot is caricatured as hostility to democracy, what is really under attack is the public's faith that elections are fair, lawful, and real. So when I speak today about voter ID, proof of citizenship, and limits on mass mail voting, I do so from experience. I've fought these battles before. I've seen the pressure campaign to dissolve the rules that protect the vote. I've seen how quickly common sense is denounced when it stands in the way of ideological ambition. I've seen when the public officials are willing to stand firm, and when you do that, you can win. That is what Title I and saving American voters is all about. It's not extreme, it's not novel. It's the restoration of an old and necessary principle that in a republic, the vote must be lawful, secure, and worthy of confidence of the American people. Now let me turn to Title II. If the law cannot defend women from men acting as women, it cannot defend reality. Women's sports exist because men and women are not the same. That is biological reality. It is moral reality. It's the plain reality on which fair competition depends. And when the law refuses to recognize that reality, the category of women's sports becomes fraudulent. Girls are told to surrender fairness. They're told to surrender privacy. They're told to surrender safety. They're told to surrender recognition. And they're told to do all of this so the ruling class can flatter itself for its own moral sophistication. The state has no right to impose that sacrifice. I have 2 daughters. They both love sports. But this is more than just about sports. It's about whether the law is still going to reflect reality or whether it will be conscripted into enforcing a falsehood. It is about whether a civilization still possesses enough moral competence to say, what is the truth? And that's not cruelty. It's about whether we still believe that girls deserve a realm of fair competition that is actually their own. A serious republic does not ask girls to bear the cost of elite confusion. A serious republic tells the truth about the world and builds laws on that truth. That is what Title II does. Now let me turn to Title III. A decent nation protects children. Children are not ideological property. Children are not experimental material. Children are not raw material for the ambitions of activists, for the cowardice of institutions, or for the self-indulgence of adults who've forgotten the law exists first to defend those who need protection. There are lines that a humane society does not cross. Irreversible medical interventions on minors for ideological ends are one of those lines. A child in distress needs guidance, protection, patience, love, stability, truth. A child in distress does not need a civilization so morally exhausted that it answers confusion with scalpels, sterilization, and permanent medicalization. The burden of uncertainty should favor preserving the child, not fundamentally remaking the child. Too often our ruling class have preferred euphemism to honesty here. We're told this is compassion. We're told this is care. We're told that the enlightened position is to ratify distress with irreversible harm. It is not compassion to mutilate what cannot be restored. It is not compassion to medicalize what may pass. It is not compassion to turn children into lifelong patients before they're old enough to understand what is being taken from them permanently. That is not mercy. It is cruelty masked in liberation. A republic worthy of the name protects children from adult passions, from ideological capture, and from the fashionable madness of the age. That is what Title II is trying to do. And that's why these 3 titles belong together, because this amendment is more than a list of 80-20 issues that the American people are demanding. The Save America Act is the defense of the elementary truths on which Republican life, small r, still depends. America belongs to its citizens. Men and women are real. Children should be protected from permanent harm. If a nation will not defend these truths, it will not defend truth for very long. If a nation will not defend these boundaries, it will not keep any boundary for long. And that brings me to this chamber itself. Americans still love Mr. Smith Goes to Washington for a reason. They love it because they still want to believe something about this institution. They want to believe that the Senate, a uniquely American invention, can be used for the common good. They still want to believe that conviction can defeat cynicism. They want to believe that a man can come here and fight for his country rather than merely manage its decline. Well, here's our chance to prove that hope is not foolish. The Senate is not a museum. It is not a visiting angels retirement village for proceduralism. It is not here merely to confirm nominees, pass omnibuses, and fund the legislative achievements of long-dead men while the living nation loses confidence in its own government. The United States Senate is here to legislate in defense of the American people. The Senate is here to draw lines. The Senate is here to make judgments. The Senate is here to govern. So the question for this chamber is really simple. Are we here to govern or merely preside? Are we here to act for the people or simply explain why action is impossible? Are we here to use power rightly or merely to congratulate ourselves for the restraint while the country pays the price? Because the stakes here are plain. We see distrust in elections. We see the collapse of moral clarity. We're seeing girls told to accept injustices as progress. We're seeing children offered up to the altar of extreme ideology. We're seeing a governing class that refuses to draw any line until the line has already been erased. And republics don't usually fall in one dramatic stroke. They weaken when truth is no longer defended. They weaken when citizenship is diluted. They weaken when institutions lose the will to govern. They weaken when elites ask ordinary people to live under conditions they themselves know are disordered. They weaken when men without chests hold positions requiring virtue and enterprise. That is what this debate is really about. It's about whether the country still defends first principles. It's about whether the Senate understands what time it is. It's about whether constitutional power can still be used for the common good. And as America approaches her 250th birthday, that question becomes even more urgent. A republic approaching its quarter millennium should not be content merely to remember greatness. It should show that it still knows how to govern itself. It should show that it still has the strength to defend citizenship. It should show that it still has the courage to defend women. It should show that it still has the decency to defend children. Article 1 is supposed to be the branch of action. This body exists to do more than simply fund legislative achievements of long dead men. The legislative power exists to make judgments, draw lines, and defend our country. The Senate should prove that it still understands that duty. So pass this bill to restore integrity to federal elections. Pass this bill to defend women and girls. Pass this bill to protect kids. Pass this bill to show the American people that we can still act in the defense of the American people. Pass this bill because these are common sense reforms. Pass this bill because Americans are tired of being told that their most basic moral instincts are somehow beyond the pale. Pass this bill because a nation serious about the future doesn't apologize for governing itself. Pass this bill because America at 250 should be more than some commemoration. It should be a renewal. The age of excuses should end. The era of drift should end. The Senate should act, and the Save America Act should pass. Mr. President, I yield the floor.
Senator from Missouri.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the next 60 minutes be under control of the Democrat leader or his designee, followed by the next 60 minutes by the Republican leader or his designee, and finally the next 60 minutes be the Democratic leader or his designee, and following that, the majority leader or designee be recognized.
Without objection.
Mr. President.
Washington.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, you know, when it comes to broken promises, seems like Trump and Republicans have raised every price they ever said they would lower. Costs on groceries, with Trump's sweeping tariffs, the largest tax increase on working families in American history. They sent energy costs higher by canceling clean energy projects. They sent gas prices skyrocketing by starting a new war in the Middle East. And they let healthcare premiums skyrocket for patients, doubling, tripling, and more through sheer indifference. And now, desperate to avoid the wave of angry voters who Republicans had promised lower prices and no new wars, Republicans are even going to raise the cost of voting because their Save Trump Act would nickel and dime Americans who are just trying to vote, but have to slog through one new Republican roadblock after another. Under a Republican's bill, one of our citizens' most basic freedoms now comes with a price. And it comes with a lot of brand new hurdles that serve no purpose but to trip people up. Some folks will have to shell out for a copy of their birth certificate. Some will have to get a passport, and that's $165, by the way. Some folks will have to travel hours away to register in person, costing time and travel fare, or maybe gas costs, which Trump is now sending through the roof. And that is not the half of it. Just consider all the people who will face new challenges just to vote for no good reason. If you are a student who just moved to start college, Republicans will make it harder for you to vote. Because if this bill passes, you will need to show a photo ID and proof of citizenship in every single state. But a student ID won't count. Many tribal IDs also won't be enough under the new Republican restrictions. If you are a married woman who changed her last name, like me and the overwhelming majority of moms across the country, Republicans will make it harder for you to vote. Because you would now have to bring an ID, proof of citizenship, and some additional paperwork showing your name change. That could affect 70 million people. If you are a senior who just moved into a new nursing home and has mobility issues, Republicans will make it harder for you to vote. Because you can no longer just register online or by mail, you now have to show up in person to show your papers. Voting will also be harder for rural families, far from any place where they could show their papers and register in person. In Washington State, we have a lot of families who might have to take a ferry just to register to vote. Or heaven forbid, you're someone living abroad, maybe working for an American company or working at a nonprofit or even serving our nation as a diplomat. You might just have to buy a flight all the way back home so you can register. And the inconvenience doesn't stop at registration, because Republicans will make voting by mail harder for everyone as well. They are going to require you to photocopy your ID when you apply for that mail-in ballot. And then they are going to require another photocopy when you send in your mail-in ballot. At least as long as Trump doesn't get his wish to scrap mail-in voting altogether. And if you are someone who doesn't know where your birth certificate is, or doesn't have easy access to it, or if you are one of half of Americans who doesn't have a passport, that's 146 million people, you're going to have to pay fees and fill out a lot of paperwork. And what is the Republican plan for when the State Department gets flooded with record-breaking number of passport applications, by the way, because there is no money for surge capacity in this bill? What are Americans supposed to do when their paperwork gets delayed for weeks on end, or heaven forbid the president just slow walks it? And by the way, under the Save Trump Act, there's a perfectly awful chance that you do everything right and still get robbed of your vote by Republicans. Because this bill pushes states to rely on a DHS verification tool that just frankly is a dumpster fire. States that have tried this got results with huge errors, where DHS was wrongly saying many citizens were not citizens. The Trump administration tool has already wrongly advised states to purge lawful voters from their voter rolls. But the biggest problem with this bill goes to its roots, because the biggest problem is that Republicans' whole premise is built on a lie. Trump has been lying for years now about our elections, lying about winning in 2020, lying about winning in states like California, lying about crazy conspiracies that have been debunked time and time again. He's been debunked by Republican election commissioners. He has been debunked by thorough news investigations and carefully conducted audits. He's been debunked by million-dollar legal cases where other liars were sued for defamation. That has not stopped Trump. And instead of calling out the lies, like so many of them once actually did, first Republicans just started ignoring this, and then they started normalizing them, and now many of them are repeating these lies and conspiracies. Mr. President, our elections are free and they are fair. That is beyond question. Anyone who values our democracy should be shouting that from the rooftops. But instead of defending our democracy, instead of defending our elections from misinformation and conspiracies and a president who has stated quite directly he wants to take control over the elections, Republicans are joining Trump in the same sort of ruse he pulled to rile people up on January 6th. The biggest fraud here is Republicans who know their agenda is unpopular, Republicans who know that when entrusted by the voters to fulfill their promises, all they have done is break them, raising prices, starting new wars. Republicans who know they will not keep their majorities in a free and fair election, so they're pushing for this bill instead. Mr. President, this is not how elections work. This is not how America works. In this country, we fight for change with our voices and our votes. And if Republicans think for a second Democrats will let them take away people's votes, they better buckle up, because you can bet we will use our voices to block this bill for as long as it takes. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
President.
Senator from Minnesota.
Mr. President, I rise today to join my colleagues in standing up to protect Americans' constitutional right to vote and to fight back against this administration's most recent attack on access to the ballot box. Instead of making the case to Americans about policies and what you want to do and why you think it's important to have, say, the tariffs that in my state are wreaking havoc for our farmers with more yet to come, this legislation would actually be an end around of the voting process. This legislation would make it hard for a whole bunch of American citizens to vote, which appears to be the end game given what the president has said about it. By his own admission, he said that passing this bill will guarantee the midterms. That's not my quote. It's an exact quote from the President of the United States. The Save America Act will kick American citizens off state voter rolls. And how is this happening? Well, this is a complete invasion of the privacy of voters. It makes state secretaries of state give the voter rolls, the voter information, the voter data to the Department of Homeland Security, as in the same agency that brought us ICE, and then run that information through some kind of Doge-like system that's somehow going to spit back out to the states which voters they should kick off the voter rolls. Then the bill also creates these bureaucratic hurdles that make it complicated and costly for American citizens to register to vote or change their registration, particularly for the 69 million women who have chosen to change their name when they get married. Why should they be penalized? And millions of American citizens don't have the specific document required by this bill to prove citizenship, because this bill won't allow for driver's licenses anymore. You've got to produce other documents, like a passport or a birth certificate. More than half of Americans don't have passports, and they cost at least $165 to get. Birth certificates can cost $30. In my state, they're $24. And they can take tons of in-person time to obtain. Anyone that's ever had that experience, maybe for some other purpose, that you have to get your birth certificate, that's not always as easy as people think. And this bill also requires people to register to vote in person at their election offices, effectively ending proven and popular methods of registration used by millions of Americans in Democratic and Republican-led states all across the country, like online and mail-in registration. This would be a significant barrier for registration for millions of voters, especially for people in rural areas who have to drive hours to get that registration completed now. Rural Americans in many places would be forced to travel an average of about 4 hours round trip, and some voters in Alaska and Hawaii would be forced to take a flight just to register in person. This bill creates chaos, but maybe that's not the motivation of some of my colleagues. But I do believe it's the motivation of the president, who basically said, quote, "It will guarantee the midterms." It's designed to make it harder for American citizens, certain American citizens, to vote. It's designed to undermine mail-in voting and lay the groundwork for this obsession that the president seems to have with banning mail-in voting, while in some states it is actually the prevailing way that people vote, including a number of red states, as the presiding officer is aware. Because the administration can read the polls, they see that there is major concern in Americans with high costs. So instead of maybe passing a different bill, which we could call the Save America's Money Act, which would be doing something about these gas prices when we know what's happened now, gas prices are up 30 or 40 dollars a barrel, $30 to $40 a barrel. And every $10 an increase for a barrel of oil is a $450 a year increase for the average American family. For the second time ever, the average price of diesel has reached $5 per gallon. Look what's happening with groceries. Electricity prices up an average of $110 last year on Americans' bills. Healthcare costs continue to skyrocket. So there's things we can do. We've got a bipartisan housing bill we just passed the Senate that need to get passed in the House. We have some permitting bills. I was long a supporter of Senator Manchin's proposals on permitting. We could get that done. We should be adding energy to the grid. This idea that somehow we're going to think that North Dakota wind is bad in a pretty red state, and then ban grants that would have brought that wind, which was good for North Dakota and Minnesota, to Minnesota with a power company in northern Minnesota. That's one of the grants that had gotten singled out and I think has just recently gotten released. All that stuff are things that we could do to help Americans with their costs. So we should be working on the Save Americans Money Act instead of this. So I urge my Republican colleagues to change course and stand with us and stand up for the fundamental right to vote. That always used to be bipartisan. And the idea that you're going to make all these people re-register or register with an expensive passport or birth certificate, that they can no longer use their driver's license, that their private voter data is sent to Homeland Security to go through some Elon Musk designed computer system, is not what people want in this country right now. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
The senator from New Jersey.
Mr. President, the average price of a gallon of gas in New Jersey right now is $3.68. A month ago, it was $2.94. In that month, we've started a war with Iran, a war that this administration doesn't have a plan to end, a war that has cost 13 American lives and has injured hundreds of others. That is putting America's reliability as a partner further in doubt and driving up costs across the board at a time when costs are already too high for most Americans. Now, what are we doing about this crisis and trying to address it? What are we doing to drive down the costs that the American people are demanding that we take on? What are we doing to make it easier for Americans to pay their bills and to be able to provide for their families? We are here on the Senate floor today debating a bill that Donald Trump wants because he's afraid. He knows that he's at the weakest point of his presidency. His approval numbers are way down, and in a little more than 230 days, voters will go to the ballot box for the midterm elections. So instead of working to lower costs, instead of ending this war and getting gas prices down, instead of focusing on working families, Donald Trump has Senate Republicans here to peddle a bill because, in his words, quote, it'll guarantee the midterms. A bill, by the way, that, again, to quote Donald Trump, says, quote, supersedes everything else. A bill that Trump says he would, quote, close government to ensure it passes. So clearly we see something that is not that what the American people want to see get done, not of benefit to the American people at a time when they're demanding that we take on high costs of living, but instead something that's good for Donald Trump. So while you're cutting back on driving because gas prices are skyrocketing, and you're seeing prices at the grocery store go up because it's a lot more to transport food, and you're rethinking that vacation because the CEO of Delta just said airline tickets are about to go up too. Donald Trump and congressional Republicans are focused on passing a bill that, again, drives up your cost. The Save America Act is an awful bill, and I'll talk a little bit about this bill in a moment. But what this bill represents at its core is Donald Trump's extreme agenda when it comes to elections. It's an election that is built to, in Trump's own words yet again, quote, guarantee the midterms. Said that Democrats won't be able to win for 50 years if this goes through. He is saying the quiet part out loud about why he is doing this. And that's because his agenda has three core tenets. Number one, let the billionaires buy the elections. Number two, let politicians pick their voters. And number three, price people out of voting. Now let's start with the insane amount of big money in our politics today. Now, according to a report last year by the Brennan Center, the amount of dark money spent in federal races in 2024 was nearly $2 billion. That is hard to imagine, just unfathomable amounts of money being poured into our elections right now. It is nearly double what it was just 4 years prior in 2020. Now, that dark money represents a real threat to the integrity of our elections. A report published last month by the Campaign Legal Center highlights the way that the super rich can use our weakened campaign finance laws to basically bribe public officials. The report exposed the story of a man named Velutini, a Venezuelan billionaire who was charged with criminal bribery and was later pardoned by Donald Trump after his daughter gave $3.5 million to a Trump-supporting super PAC. These kinds of straw donor actions can take place when we have a campaign finance system that has been built for corruption. That's exactly what we're seeing. A system working exactly how it's supposed to, which is marginalizing the American people and average working families and lifting up the power of billionaires and corporations. It's a system that has been built so billionaires can buy the candidates they want And if they get into trouble, they can buy themselves a get-out-of-jail-free card, literally. If my colleagues are concerned about election integrity, getting $2 billion of dark, corrupt money out of our system would be a good place to start, and I think you would find bipartisan support to be able to take that on. Now, the next place is getting rid of a system that Donald Trump has supercharged, where politicians get to pick their voters, not the other way around like the Constitution says it should be. Gerrymandering has never been weaponized like what we're seeing right now under the direction of Donald Trump. He's so afraid of losing the House of Representatives that he's threatened members of his own party who didn't want to go along with his plans. Just a few months ago, he targeted Republicans in Indiana, saying that, quote, anyone that votes against redistricting will be met with a MAGA primary. So we have a system championed by Donald Trump that lets billionaires buy the elections and politicians pick their voters. So where does that leave you? Where does that leave the American people? Well, if this bill passes, it'll make it harder for people to be able to vote. It'll make it such that they have to pay for a constitutional right of voting, which is so sacred to our democracy. Voting shouldn't cost people extra money. It shouldn't require you to be able to have a poll tax. For millions of Americans, they'll need to potentially scramble to get a new form of ID. Now, maybe my colleagues will say, oh, just go get a passport. Well, look, a new passport costs $165, and to expedite it in order to vote costs much more than that. And we need to be able to deliver that quickly, so that's an added $22 on top of that. That's nearly $250 for your right to vote. That's nearly $250 when this administration has hurt our ability to get health care, be able to fill our tanks with gas, to be able to get groceries. They've made it more expensive across the board, and they've given massive giveaways to those at the very top. This bill will make it harder for married women to vote if their current legal name doesn't match the name on their birth certificate. How does that make sense? And it will make it harder for seniors and young people to vote by throwing up new restrictions on mail-in voting, requiring seniors and others to have to go and register in person when they haven't had to do that before. Why is it that we are trying to make it so hard for Americans to be able to vote? But then you realize that's the point. That's actually the point of this all. Trump wants it to make it harder for you to vote and make it easier for him to have his bidding. Why else did we see this happening right on the tail of so much of what he was doing and pushing gerrymandering so blatantly against our Constitution and our laws? Trump wants to make this more expensive for Americans to vote because that makes it easier for him and his supporters and his donors to be able to buy their way to power. He wants congressional Republicans to cease doing anything else and pass this bill so he can, quote, guarantee the midterms. Well, that's not what the American people want. They want a choice. It is their choice. They are supposed to be in the driver's seat of their democracy. The American people want our election to be secure. I want our elections to be secure. I want to make sure that voters can have full faith in our electoral process. I've been fighting for years to get dark money out of our politics, to reverse Citizens United, which I believe is going to go in the history books as one of the most dangerous moments of our democracy that has unleashed a torrent of dark money and problems and this nightmare that we're seeing ourselves in. I've been fighting to end the practice of letting politicians pick their voters since my first day here on the House side, and I even stood up to my own party in New Jersey by suing to fix a broken ballot that let power players pick candidates, not voters. This is not about partisanship. This is about delivering for the American people and preserving their ability to be able to drive our democracy. We have real work that we can do to make our elections safer, get rid of this dark money, and make sure the voters get to pick their politicians. But that's not the bill that we have before us. That's not the bill that Donald Trump is pressuring my colleagues here to push through. Instead, this bill is a distraction for Donald Trump's failures and a desperate attempt to compensate for the power he sees slipping away right between his fingers. We can't let him do this. We can't let him distract us from the real problems our constituents are facing today. $3.68 a gallon in New Jersey for our gas. Let's put an end to this distraction. Let's stop doing Donald Trump's bidding to hold on to power and do what we're supposed to do, which is focus on what the American people want, which right now is so clearly about lowering prices that they see skyrocketing every single day. That's what we're here for, and that's what they want us to do. Thank you. I yield back.
Senator from Virginia.
Thank you, Mr. President. Let me, first of all, thank my colleague and friend, the senator from New Jersey, who I think has brought a fresh voice, incredible energy, somebody who's got a history as well of working extraordinarily well in national security issues. And I agree with virtually everything he just said. This is a bit of a distraction. And I think part of the reason it's a distraction, Mr. President, is that at the end of the day, this president has frankly refused to acknowledge that the American people's will in 2020 was not to rehire him. He cannot accept the legitimate outcomes of the 2020 election. Despite officials from his own administration calling the 2020 election the most secure in American history, the president continues to promote unsubstantiated claims of voter fraud. And that's after investigations from multiple courts and state attorneys generals and election officials from both parties strongly declaring that there was no evidence to support allegations of substantial fraud. Simply put, the 2020 elections were certified, litigated, and affirmed. And tomorrow we're going to hear from some of the intelligence officials as our committee takes on the worldwide threat assessment, where unfortunately senior intelligence officials seem to be still focusing on relitigating the 2020 election rather than making us safe for 2026 and 2028. Because the truth is, after all these years, the president and his allies haven't been able to find any evidence of legitimate voter fraud in past elections. As a matter of fact, there have been studies ad nauseum that showed millions and hundreds of millions of votes, yet the number of people that were undocumented who voted by mistake were in the single digits. Now, they're looking forward to the effort that's on the floor right now towards suppressing wrongfully influencing future elections through this so-called Save America Act. Again, I know the presiding officer and my friend from Wisconsin and others are going to say I'm going to go over the top. So let me just try to use the president's own words. The president's own words, and historically, I know the presiding officer comes from Utah, which has got a proud history of states' rights and local control. But the president's own words, he wants Republicans to, quote unquote, take over election administration, going as far as to say Republicans ought to nationalize the voting. If there's ever an Alice in Wonderland, up is down and down is up, that's what's happening. And again, and I don't know if this comment led to her firing, but before he fired her, the president's DHS secretary, Kristi Noem, pushed for the passage of the Save America Act while stating that her goal is to have the right people voting so we can elect the right leaders. I mean, this sounds like it comes out of some dystopian novel or 1930s advocacy. I don't get it. We all know that the strength of our democracy depends on voter participation and access to the ballot box. I've been doing this, I guess, long enough that I remember when things like motor voter and let's make it easier to register were all bipartisan. And unfortunately, contrary to the name of the Save America Act, this legislation undermines the very foundations that it claims to protect. This bill would impose sweeping requirements that will make it extremely difficult for eligible voters to participate in our democracy. New voters, married women, service members will face additional hurdles when registering to vote. That's because under the Save America Act, Americans who have voted for years, who've got no question about their citizenship, would have to go back and provide documentary proof of citizenship to register to vote in federal elections. And let me say at the front end, I support voter ID. We have voter ID in Virginia. I don't think you should be able to vote without showing a legitimate ID. But under this bill, that so-called reasonable policy would put in place requirements that are so stringent that it would mean if you don't have access to the right documentation, like a passport, you won't be able to vote for the President of the United States. The truth is, according to the U.S. State Department, only half of all Americans possess a passport. That means if this bill passed, half of all American citizens would not be able to provide one of the primary acceptable forms of documentation that would be required to vote under the SAVE Act. Additionally, under this bill, states will be barred from accepting online and mail-in voter registration unless the applicant also presents proof of citizenship in person. You know, so somebody who made the choice to change their name, who's now 85 years old and's got to go back and find a birth certificate or get a passport, and has to show up in person to kind of get registered again, even though she's been voting for the last 50 years with no question about her citizenship. This effectively, frankly, guts online and mail-in voter registration process that are available across many states, creating, I think, an unnecessary burden for all voters, particularly rural voters, senior citizens, and individuals with disabilities. And disproportionately, I see my friend from California here, it has been states in the West, whether it is Oregon or California or Utah, that have used these tools to get more people involved. The fact is, these efforts don't make our elections more secure. All this does is disenfranchise millions of eligible voters. You know, my view is the goal of the SAFE Act is more about cutting out voters and suppressing the vote than it is about saving anything going forward. Now, we're having this debate, and we're going to probably go through lots of procedural antics that most folks won't understand. I just wish that my Republican colleagues would come back to what I think we should be spending all our time on. If we're going to spend all night, let's focus it on funding TSA, FEMA, CISA, the Coast Guard. And frankly, I believe we need to fund all the folks at Customs and Border Patrol who aren't assigned to Interior immigration enforcement. So last week, Senator Murray and Senate Democrats attempted to say, hey, we got to debate about ICE. We got to debate about some of the CBP people who are doing domestic enforcement. If we can't come to an agreement there, let's fight over that. But let's not make sure that we hold all of these other folks hostage. Unfortunately, my colleagues, Republican colleagues, blocked 5